Muscles for Life in the winner's circle.
There you can see, nice group. Brad Conrad, again, is our photographer here, as he is every year at Delaware. So we'll get the rundown here from Jason Settlemore for our first race today. This was the Great Lakes Amateur. Here's the rundown.
210. Finishing second to 5, Stone Throw Away, returning 240. Third to the 4, MJ's Wishin' for Pete, returning 240. The $1 Perfecta 3.5, 210. The 50-cent Try 3.54, 340. The 50-cent Super 3.542, $7.80. Here's the rundown for the first race. Sponsored by Hatfield Stables. The 1 JBN was Scratch Sick. With the 2 Another Breath. 4. The 3 Muscles for Life. The race winner Gate to Wire and 157 and 1/5. The 4 MJ's Wishin' for Pete. 3. The 5 Stone Throw Away. 2. With the 6 Super Spirit. 6. The 7 Lucius Varenus. 5. And the 8 S-Class. 7. Recheck the rundown top to bottom. It should read Scratch Sick 4-1, 3-2, 6-5, 7 on the bottom. The upcoming second race is the first division of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. Freshman.
All right, we've got Doug Ballinger with us today. Doug is working our interview circle to start. Let's send it down to Doug.
Joined here in the winner's circle by Steve Oldfield. Congratulations. Win number 199.
Thank you very much. Doug, we're just happy to be here. It's a great place to race, and we got a couple more this week, and we're going to see if we can cap that 200 mark.
You knew you had the best in there. Lauren Harmon behind you, I knew you had to be worried about her. You drifted a little bit. She was coming up the inside, but she didn't have enough trot to get to you today.
No, she didn't. I mean, she's one of our best drivers, too. You know, she hangs right in there, and I knew it was her. And, just hoping that I had enough trot to carry it home. And Muscles for Life didn't disappoint. I leased this horse from my very good friend Gerald Hawks, and he's in the breeding shed in the spring, and he let me bring him back and race him, and we're going to have him in the amateurs, and he's just a wonderful class horse.
Well, Steve, congratulations. I hope you get number 200 here on Thursday. What a day it would be to get 200.
Wouldn't that be something? This would be a great place to do it. My other good friend, Greg Keitel, got number 100 here in a race several years ago before he retired, and that was quite a day. I happened to be here and able to celebrate with him. So we're going to see if we can get that job done.
And Greg could be watching today. He's retired in Florida unless he's on the golf course.
Yep. He's either on the golf course or playing cards. And but either way, hello to Greg. And he was a great help to us when he was active in the racing industry.
Congratulations. Back to you guys upstairs.
Thank you, Doug, and congratulations to Steve Olford, looking for that 200th later this week. With that, we'll take a break, and we'll be back for our second right after this. This Little Brown Jug Look Back is brought to you by Dublin Valley Farms.
The vision of Joe Neville, a Delaware lawyer, and Hank Thompson, owner of the Delaware Gazette, came to reality when the first Little Brown Jug was raced at the Delaware County Fairgrounds in 1946. The Grand Circuit of Harness Racing, with a major event for 3-year-old pacers, drew a field of 9 to be raced for a purse of $35,358.65. The conditions were such that you had to win 2 heats to take the Little Brown Jug. The eventual winner would have to endure 4 heats of racing. The first heat went to Royal Chief and Del Cameron over Ensign Hanover and Honest Truth in the time of 2:02 3/4. All 9 returned for the second heat, which saw the winner to be Ensign Hanover and Delaware's own Wayne T. Curly Smart in 2:03 1/4 over Quick Trick, and Honest Truth was again a third-place finisher. The third heat, minus 1 of the original 9, went to the gate, but the previous heat winners couldn't seal the victory. The winner was His Lady, with Joe Hyland in 2:05, with Ensign Hanover again second and Royal Chief finishing third. The three winners would battle it out in a fourth and final heat to determine the winner. The win by 2 1/4 lengths was Ensign Hanover and Curly Smart over His Lady and Royal Chief in 2:07 1/2.
This Little Brown Jug Look Back has been brought to you by Dublin Valley Farms. The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins. Welcome back as we get set to go for the second. The horses are coming out on the track, and here's the post parade for the second.
Horses are leaving the paddock for the second race. First Division Ohio Fair Racing Conference. Freshman pacing fillies at 1 mile, a purse of $5,480. Sponsored by ExpressBet.com. Drivers change on the 6 French Panda. Make the driver Dan Noble. The one is Danson Shanny, owned by Springhaven Farm of Utica, Ohio, and William Ruffnott of Archbold, Ohio, and Ernie Mollis of Dublin, Ohio, trained by Tim Lane with Austin Hanners. Well, the 2 is owned in partnership by Hired Gun Racing Stable and Racehorse Express, and Lyric and Fagan. They're all the Buckeye State, trained by Brett Schwartz with Mark St. Louis Jr. Pierce Henry drives the 3 Pretty Girl Dragon, owned in partnership by Brooks. Here's the Stock Incorporated, Snow, Teats. They're all the Buckeye State, trained by Bob Brooks with Pierce Henry. The 4 is Jana Jacobson of Sugar Creek, Ohio's IB Fancy Like That, trained by Mike Sweeney, Chris Page. Justin Irvine drives the 5 Outspoken Izzy for Travis Boring of Clayton, Michigan, trained by Brian Boring. With the 6 French Panda, owned by Cool Cat Racing Incorporated of Flemington, New Jersey, trained by Miles Wollum. Drivers change to Dan Noble. Danny Noble drives the 6 French Panda. And for the outside of the 7 Holden Mama, owned by Levan Stables Incorporated of Woodstock, Ohio, trained by Hank Levan. Hank Levan is in her sulky. That's the field for the second race, sponsored by ExpressBet.com.
So there is the field for the 2-year-old fillies, the first division of the OFRC. The number 1, Danson Shanny. Austin Hanners drives for Tim Lane, who is stabled right here at the Delaware County Fairgrounds, owned by Springshaven Farms, William Ruffnack and Ernie Malas. This 2-year-old filly by Danson Yankee, 10 starts this year, a win, a second, 4 thirds, has 4 straight third-place finishes.
State of Fear and Mark St. Louis Jr. have the 2-hole. Brett Schwartz is the trainer, owned by Hired Gun Racing Stable, Racehorse Express, B. Lyric, and D. Fagan. This horse has had 9 starts this year, did finish second at Washington Courthouse, has been pacing some big miles at Scioto Downs in between there in 158.
The number 3 is Pretty Girl Dragon. Pierce Henry drives for Robert Brooks, who owns, along with Here's the Stock and M. Snow and J. Teets. This Fear the Dragon is out of Pretty Girl Hanover. Has hit the board in 2 of the last 3, 2 wins in 13 starts. The last win came back on July 3rd at the Marion County Fair.
IB Fancy Like That is a Do Me That Again filly, owned by Jana Jacobson, trained by Mike Sweeney, Chris Page in the bike. This filly is 7 out of 10 first, seconds, or thirds this year, has earned $11,000, and has a 2-minute and 4/5 mark at Marysville.
The number 5 is Outspoken Izzy. Justin Irvine drives for Brian Boring. This is a homebred owned by Travis Boring. The well-said filly is out of Impressive Liz. Has hit the board this year in 10 out of 11. The only time it did not hit the board was last time out at Montpelier. Finished 5th. Started from the second tier, but finished 5th.
and Outspoken Izzy is sitting 7th in the Ohio Fair Championship standings right now. French Panda changed the driver to Dan Noble. Maya Willems, the trainer. Cool Cat Racing from Flemington, New Jersey, owns this Pet Rock filly. She has had 7 starts this year, has not won yet, but has been pacing some miles in 2:1:58 at Northfield.
And the number 7 is Holden Mama L. Hank Levan drives and trains. This Pet Rock is owned by Levan Stables. 20 starts this year, the most of any of the horses in this 2-year-old filly first division. 1 win, 5 seconds, 2/3. That win came back at Marysville. Has only hit the board once in the last 6 races. That came at Wauseon, finishing second back on September 2nd.
So when you look at this group of fillies, they are truly fair fillies. They have been racing. There's very few. You might see a Northfield in here or a Scioto, but very few. These have been strictly racing at the fairs.
Number 2, State of Fear, has tried the Buckeye Stallion Series twice. Back on the 8th at Urbana and the 15th of August at Scioto Downs, finished 8th and 7th in those. Austin Hanners had been driving in those 2 Buckeye Stallion Series. He'll be up on Dancin' Shanny, the number 1.
And this week is the last day, the last races of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. So Bill Peters I know he's sitting right down there doing points as the races finish. So we'll have those final points for the Fair Racing Conference, and then a lot of horses are looking to get in that Ohio Fair Championship final with these.
After Delaware, we've got Ashland tomorrow, has 2 cards at Ashland tomorrow. Then we've got 3 days at Dover at the end of the week. Coshocton and Lancaster still to come fairs, but the fair finals are before those.
Yeah.
So we get set to go. The gate is moving. Let's send it back up to Jason Settlemore for the call of the second.
French Panda to Danny Noble. Field of 7. 2-year-old pacing fillies moving up and moving in. Behind the Mike Webkenberg starting gate on the upper turn. The gate swing to the top of the stretch here in Delaware, Ohio, and here they come. They're all fan pacing it in between them there, getting the first call. State of Fear from the inside. Dancin' Shanny, Pretty Girl Dragon, Vert leaving there, now drops to the pylons, racing in 3. Come away in 4th, I Be Fancying Like That. 5th to the pylons, Outspoken Izzy, and the 2 trailers, French Panda and Hold'em Mama. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Barber Pole, down the backside they go. Dancin' Shanny and Austin Henners has sat them all behind him as they roll by the opening quarter. The opening quarter came and went at a snappy 28 3/5. Pacing into that far turn for the first time. Dancin' Shanny leading the way, leading it by a length and a half. State of Fear is there in the garden spot, racing in 2. Pretty Girl Dragon still there, unhurried in 3rd. I Be Fancy Like That, there to the pylons in 4th. Out pops Outspoken Izzy in 5th. 6th there, French Panda move to the outside, Holden Mama in 7th. Down they pass the stand for the first time and head on over to the half. Dancin' Shanny's going to zing them into the payoff half here. Halfway home, 59 at 1/5. Dancin' Shanny leading the way here, leading it by a length and a quarter. To the outside, I Be Fancying Like That is at the leader's wheel disc, racing in 2. Watching over these dueling leaders from 3rd, State of Fear, perfectly placed 2nd over the outside in 4th. Outspoken Izzy, buried in 5, Pretty Girl Dragon. 3rd over in 6th, Hold'em Mama, and 7th and trailing the field, French Panda, as they pace by the 3/4 mile mark of the race. 3/4 in 1:28 1/5. They'll pace the final turn and head for home, and we got a new leader. I Be Fancying Like That has went right on here, leading it by a length and a quarter. And to the inside, Dancin' Shanny is still there in 2nd. Outspoken Izzy to the outside in 3rd. As they turn to the top of Heartbreak Lane, less than a 16th to go, and they're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. And I Be Fancying Like That, first over on the outside, blew right by and going away here. I Be Fancying Like That. Finishing 2nd was the 5, Outspoken Izzy. Looked like the 2, State of Fear, was 3rd. Time of the mile, 1:57 2/5. I Be Fancying Like That in a new lifetime mark.
Win number 3 for I Be Fancy Like That. Mike Sweeney trains the Do Me That again for owner Jana Jacobson. 11th start, picks up that 3rd win. Chris Page in the bike. Looks like that might be the first time that Chris has driven I Be Fancy Like That. 2nd, Outspoken Izzy and Justin Irvine, and Mark St. Louis Jr. gets up for 3rd with State of Fear.
I came so prepared with all my things to keep track of drivers and trainers, and I
Forgot the first one.
Forgot the first one. Yep.
That's okay. So close finish for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Looks like it's going to be the number 1 Dancing Shanny finishing 4th.
Chris Page picking up in a good spot. He's just really races well here.
You realize this? Chris has now won 2 of the last 3 races at Delaware.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That's
Going back to last year.
That is a good one.
Yep, he won the last race here, the Little Brown Jug. Did not race in the amateur race, so he wins the next one.
He won 17 races here last year. Out of 67 starts that Chris Page had in 2022, he won 17, finished 2nd, 10, and 8 thirds.
Where's that got him lifetime? Does it have lifetime? Let's go back down to Jason Settlemore for the winner's circle.
ExpressBet.com. Well, the first division of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, freshman pacing fillies here. To the 4, I Be Fancy Like That. First over on the rim, blowing right by, going away in deep stretch. The 4, I Be Fancy Like That is a 2-year-old bay filly by Do Me That Again out of You Try My Patience mare. She by American Ideal. By Jana Jacobson of Sugar Creek, Ohio. Caretaker Lynn Sammons. Trained by Mike Sweeney. Nicely handled here this afternoon by winning driver Chris Page. The 3rd win in this one's young career. Home in a new lifetime mark, 157-2. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of ExpressBet.com, none other than the voice himself, Hall of Famer Roger Houston. The 4, I Be Fancy Like That, and Chris Page, home a winner, new lifetime mark, 157-2 fifths.
Roger was here earlier. Now he was out jogging horses yesterday. Now he's presenting trophies. He'll make his way up to the booth, and he'll begin calling races. I think he's going to start with the 5th, I think, is what I heard. So
well, he was over buying himself a new sweatshirt, too, from the
And he was also up doing the TV simulcast, too. So Roger's working an awful lot today. So we'll get the rundown here from Jason. But your winner, I Be Fancy Like That, for trainer Mike Sweeney. Outspoken Izzy finishes 2nd. And you had said, which one was in points? It was Outspoken Fizzy. So here's the rundown.
Official, the 4, I Be Fancy Like That, returning $4, $260, $240. Second, the 5, Outspoken Izzy, returning $4, $320. Third of the 2, State of Fear, $440. $1 Perfecta, $4.5, $5 even, 50-cent try, $4.52, $18.90, 50-cent super, $4.521, $28.40, and the $1 early double, $3.4, $3.40. Here's the rundown for that second race, sponsored by ExpressBet.com. The 1, Dancin' Shanny, 4. With the 2, State of Fear, 3. The 3, Pretty Girl Dragon, 7. The 4, I Be Fancy Like That. The race winner to new lifetime mark, 157 and 2 fifths. The 5, Outspoken Izzy, 2. The 6, French Panda, 5. And the 7, Hold'em Mama, 6. Recheck the top to bottom finish. It should read 437, 125, 6 on the bottom. Again, time of the mile, 157 and 2 fifths.
Well, we had Chris Page for a second down there with Doug Ballinger, but all of a sudden Chris went for a quick run, so we'll wait to see if Chris makes his way back. But as we said, Doug's still sitting there, so here comes Chris Page now. So He's back with Doug Ballinger, the man who has won 2 out of 3, the last 3 here at Delaware. And waiting on, not sure what they're waiting on, but so we're ready to go. That's why we're waiting on Roger Houston to get there. So let's send it down to Doug Ballinger.
Thank you, Frank and Susan. I'm joined here by Hall of Fame announcer Roger Houston and future Hall of Famer, I'm sure, Chris Page. Got a question for you, Chris. 57-1, a new lifetime mark for this horse. Was it the driver or was it the guy that jogged his horse just the other day?
Yeah, me and Roger are going to lay back and let Mike Sweeney take all the credit for this. He conditioned this filly. She raced pretty good, but Roger's got this magical touch he puts on these horses. I don't know what it is. It must be all the rings he wears.
He's got the voice in the hands, right?
He sure does, and I think he's got another one in today he jogged if he wants to divulge that information.
Is she in today, too?
I don't know. Which one was it?
That's Ronnie Steck's horse. I don't think it's today. I think it's tomorrow. Yeah, but I jogged this one yesterday, and I told Chris last night. Now I says, if she don't win, it's your fault.
So you told him to come first up at the half.
Told him to come first up, drive her like she's the best.
He did that.
He sure did.
Thank you, Roger. I got a couple questions here for Chris. Big win last year. We talked about it, I know, on a Tuesday last year, what it would mean for you to win the Little Brown Jug. That dream came true. Congratulations.
Yeah, hey, thanks, Doug. It was, like I said, last year it was a dream come true. New year now, new goals. Don't look like this year I'll have a ride in it, but you never know. But last year still feels very good.
They tell me you ride your bicycle over here a lot. You live 4 or 5 miles away. Was it going through your mind last year when you'd ride your bike over here leading up to the Jug? What it would be like? Was it like a kid making that last second shot? You had that going through your mind.
Well, it definitely crossed my mind, and I'm even going to rewind it back. I started coming to the Little Brown Jug back in '95, and it was Magical Mike the year he won it, and just how exciting it was. I thought I want to be there one day, and for the plan to start from where I was to where I finished, and it all worked out. It's kind of like a dream come true.
Well, congratulations. We wish you the best of luck in the future. One thing real quick, Roger and I got in an argument this summer at a fair. I said I called your first win at Urbana one Sunday afternoon, and he says Mount Vernon. My first, you guys are both kind of right. My first drive was at Mount Vernon, which Roger called, but my first win was at Urbana with you, so you both are right. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Doug. We'll take a break now, and we'll be back with Race 3 right after this.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders ship that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Buying or selling a racehorse? OnGate.com is your one-stop website. OnGate has changed the way racehorses are bought and sold. Easy-to-view listings makes it easy to find your next champion. Buy or sell at OnGate.com.
PA, the 2, Creatine Storm. The 3 is Ultra Uncle, owned by Rory Moore of Grafton, Ohio, who also trains Doc Ken Holiday. The 4, Creatine's Magic, owned by the Third Floor Stables, LLC, of Springboro, Ohio, trained by Mark Winters Jr. Devin Miller is up. With the 5, Entered to Win, owned in partnership by Steve Bateson and Harold Moore. They're both of the Buckeye State, trained by Steve Bateson with Mark St. Louis Jr. With the 6, CS Fireball, the lessee is also the trainer Kenneth Hurst. of Dayton, Ohio, drivers change to Cameron McCown. And from the outside of the 7, Show Your Speed. Owned, trained, and driven by Bob Rowland, Jackson, Michigan. That's the field for the upcoming third race, sponsored.
So we'll take a look at these horses a little more in depth. The 3-year-old Colt in Geldings, the first division, going for $6,550. The number 1 is Domer. Pierce Henry drives for Tyler Bates. This gelding by What the Hill has not won in 2023, just 4 starts, 1 third-place finish. Has 5 fourth-place finishes in a row, but was placed 5th in one and 3rd in another.
Okay.
So if you average them out, they're all 4th
They're
places.
all 4th. Creatine Storm and David Kozera have the 2-hole. David's also the trainer and the owner of this Creatine Colt. He's out of a Jailhouse Jessie mare. This horse has 11 starts this year, 1 win at the Meadows in 2, 2, and 4, but has 5 thirds in a row.
The number 3 is Ultra Uncle. Ken Holliday drives for Rory Moore. This is a homebred for Rory. This colt by Uncle Peter has won 3 of the last 4, 5 wins in 16 starts this year, has earned $32,667 coming off a win at Upper Sandusky.
Creatine's Magic and Devin Miller have the 4-hole. Mark Winters Jr. is the trainer. Third Floor Stables, LLC, the owner. This is a creatine out of a DeJarmbro mare. Has not hit the board yet, but has trotted 3 consecutive miles in 59.
The number 5 is Entered to Win. Mark St. Louis Jr. drives for Steve Bateson. This Enterprise has 10 starts on the year, 2 wins, 6 seconds, and a third. Has hit the board in 9 of the 10 starts this year. Only time it didn't was at Oak Harbor.
CS Fireball changed the driver to Cam McCowan. Kenneth Hurst, the trainer, and also leases this Nothing But Class colt. 14 starts this year, 1 second, and has been making some breaks, but so see how he likes this Delaware track.
You take a look, and all but the number 3 has breaks in the last 6 races. The number 7, Show Your Speed. Bob Rowland drives, trains, and owns this Enterprise gelding. 11 starts on the year, 2 wins, a second, and 3 thirds. Lifetime earnings of $36,309. Was a winner last time out at Montpelier.
Entered to Win, the 5-horse, is sitting 8th in the Ohio Fair Championship points, and Ultra Uncle sitting 11th. So looking to get into that $50,000 final for the Ohio Fair Championships.
So that is a look at the field. Our 3-year-old Colt in Geldings, the first division. This is our 3rd race of 15 today from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. As the horses are starting to form up on the backstretch as we get set to go for the 3rd. Right now, the number 3, Ultra Uncle, the 3-5 favorite.
We are zipping along.
Yes, we are. And Roger's not even in the booth yet.
Yeah.
He'd be having them going.
Yes.
But, you know, it was funny talking to Jay earlier today when they get to Thursday and the Jug, which will also be on Fox Sports, they have some times that they have to hit. So, you know, maybe they're working to try to get that practice in right now. As the horses are on the backstretch, we'll have to find out who our outriders are today to give them the credit they are due. I don't know. I know we have 2 of them out there, but I have not been able to see who they are. We're getting set to go. Starting gate is rolling. Let's send it up to Jason Settlemore for the 3rd.
Third race. First Division Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 3-year-old Colt in Gelding Trotters are all moving in behind the gate. Field of 7, moving up and moving in. Cameron McCown drives the 6 CS Fireball. The gate swing to the top of the stretch here in Delaware, Ohio, and here they come. They're all fan trotting and firing out of there quickly, middle of the track. Entered to Win is going to get the first call. In between them, Ultra Uncle from the pylons. Domer is there coming away in 3. A gap of 3. Racing in fourth, Creatine Storm. Followed in fourth by Creatine's Magic. Outside of there, racing in 6th. That is Show Your Speed. And 7th and trailing CS Fireball and Cameron McCown can see them all. Down the back side of the go, nearing the opening quarter. And Ultra Uncle wants the front end here. Going to take him to the opening quarter in 28 and 3/5. Out of the inside, entered to win. Will yield for that garden spot. Racing into Domer right there unhurried. Racing in 3rd. A gap of 2. Racing in 4th. Creatine Storm. All to the inside. Racing in 5th by Creatine's Magic. Off stride of the middle went Domer. As 7th and trailing CS Fireball. As they pass by the stand of the fan for the first time and head on over to the half. Being led up top by Ultra Uncle and Doc Holliday, leading it here by a length and a half. Out of the inside, Enter to Win is right there, nose to helmet, racing into halfway home, 59 and 3/5. Inside, racing in 3rd, Creatine Storm. 4th there to the pylon, Creatine's Magic. 5th there at the pylon, Show Your Speed. Followed in 6th by Domer off the early miscue, and 7th and trailing CS Fireball can see them all. Down the back side of the go, heads are pointed towards 3/4 and up top with the lead here. Ultra Uncle continues to carve out the fractions here, leading it by a length and a half. Out of the inside, racing in 2nd, Enter to Win is still right there, racing in 2, 3/4 and 1:30 and 3/5. A gap of 2, racing in 3rd, Creatine Storm. Stall to the outside, racing in 4th, Creatine's Magic. 5th is Show Your Speed. 6th there is Domer, and 7th and trailing CS Fireball as they swing to the top of the stretch. Less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. And up top, Ultra Uncle. Ultra Uncle is going to take this field home a winner. Finishing 2nd, the 5, Enter to Win. 3rd was the 2, Creatine Storm. 4th, and to round out the super there, the 7, Show Your Speed. Time of the mile, 1:59 and 2/5.
So it was Ultra Uncle's race all the way, start to finish. Ultra Uncle and Ken Holliday win for trainer Rory Moore. Has now won 4 out of the last 5. That's win number 6 in 17 starts. Finishing 2nd was Entered to Win, and Mark St. Louis has now hit the board in 10 out of the last 11 and has finished either 1st or 2nd in the last 7 races. Not too bad. 3rd was the number 2, Creatine Storm, and number 4, finishing 4th, the number 7, Show Your Speed.
Well, we do have an inquiry. Not sure what it's about, but we do have an inquiry. So hold your tickets at home.
We'll wait to see what happens there. 1:59 and 2, the final time.
So that's 6 wins on the year for Ultra Uncle. He's been racing so well at the county fairs. Rory Moore trains this horse, owns this horse, and bred this horse. So that makes it extra special. Enter to Win has 7 seconds on the year.
There is your winner, Ultra Uncle, Doc Holliday in the bike. He has driven Ultra Uncle the last 4 races now. Rory Moore drove him 1 race. That was back at Hicksville. Ken Holliday was in the sulky for the 2 before that. A lot of horses out on the track warming up for the later races. And here comes Doc Holliday back to the winner's circle.
Trackside of the Sugar Valley Farm winner's circle. With the unofficial winner of the 3rd race, sponsored by Eagles Auxiliary in the winner's circle. To make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Eagles Auxiliary, or the women's auxiliary part of the group, President Nancy Frazier, Bev McDaniels, and Robin Skaggs. Welcome to the Delaware County Fair. And welcome to the winner's circle for the 6th time in 2023 to Ultra Uncle. A 3-year-old bay colt by Uncle Peter out of an Ultra Muscle, she by Guida Muscle. Owned and trained and caretaken by Rory Moore of Grafton, Ohio. Nicely handled here this afternoon by winning driver Ken Doc Holliday. The 3 Ultra Uncle. bred by Rory Moore as well, the Buckeye State. 6th win in 2023, 7th win of this one's career. Home a winner here this afternoon, 159-2. And for Ultra Uncle and the connections, that's 3 in a row in Ohio.
So your winner again, Ultra Uncle, wins for the 6th time in 17 starts. Entered to win was 2nd. Creatine Storm was 3, and I don't think anything happened with the inquiry. I'm not 100% sure. Results are still unofficial, though. See, the new tote board over there, they used to have it turned a little more where you could see. Now it's turned right towards the corner of that the grandstand, so really kind of difficult for us to see. I don't even know if Matt has a good sign of it. He's kind of on the side also of it.
Yeah, we can't see that at all. Right behind that tote bar is the little brown jug bushes or hedges that are all trimmed up so pretty and looks really nice. They do a great job here getting everything all spruced up really quickly.
You know what? Earlier, when we got here on Friday when we were setting up, they had just all the mums were laid out and the winter circle hadn't even been planted. Those are planted now. There you go. 3-5-2-7 official.
10, third of the 2, Creatine Storm, 540. The $1 perfecta, 3.5, $1.90, 50-cent try, 3.52, $3.95. 50-cent super, 3.527, $9.45.
So there's part of the rundown from Jason Settlemore, waiting to get the rest of it. So we will have an interview coming up here in just a second. Doug Ballinger waiting for Roger Houston's going to make his way over there, hitting a milestone. I believe today he hits the milestone. I know at Delaware. I believe the milestone is now. Let's send it down to 2 of the best in the Buckeye State. Doug Ballinger and the voice, Roger Houston.
I'm joined by Hall of Fame race announcer Roger Houston. History to be made here, Roger, in the 10th race. 183,000 race calls.
Yeah, if I can survive through 10th race, I'll be all right. Not there yet, but that's documented too.
Nobody has called more races than Roger Houston. This is your 55th year of calling the jug itself, probably 56, am I right, or backwards on that?
Sure, it's my 57th year, the 56th Little Brown Jug. Yeah.
First year of the jug, probably 68 rum customer, am I right on that?
Right, 1968. Stan Bergstein called his only jug that he announced. He did those videotapes, filmed races in a studio in Centerville, Ohio, but he only called one jug live, and that was 1967.
And the way you had a birthday yesterday, you look like you're about 30 years old. Can you go another 10?
No.
Simple answer. Sorry.
Tell the fans out there how it became that you got to call the jug, the phone calls that were made.
Well, the wildest thing is that it all happened at the Meadows in 1967. Charlie Hinkle told Hank Thompson that he was going to go and do the broadcasting for the new ABA basketball team in Los Angeles, and he wouldn't be here to do the jug. In that conversation was Stan Bergstein and Corwin Nixon, and Hank kind of said, well, what am I going to do? And Bergstein twerped up that he could call the jug, but he couldn't do the others because of the religious holiday. And then Corwin says, why don't you get that young kid from down in Xenia? And Hank asked him, what's his name? And he said, I don't know his first name. It's Houston. So that night around 10:30 at night, Hank Thompson called the operator in Xenia and said, how many Houstons you got? And she said 7. He said, well, give me the first one. And that was my father, Cecil, and Dad gave Hank my phone number. And I was in bed, sound asleep. Phone rang, and the guy said, this is Hank Thompson. I doubt that you know me, but my name is Hank Thompson. And well, I knew him real well because I've been coming up here since 1958, and the rest is history.
That changed your life, and you changed my life in 1970.
Yeah, everything changes somewhere along the line, and 67 was a big year because that's the first year I went to Pompano, first year at full-time at the Red Mile in Lexington. Then when I went to the Meadows in 76, I couldn't do all those county fairs because they were racing quarter horses at Pompano there in the summer, and that's what got you started.
I thank you so much. It's been the best part-time job anybody could ever want.
Now, I know you used to work in a lumber company and stuff like that, but I've never had a job in my life where I had to work.
Since I retired from Reynolds & Reynolds Printing Company in 2015, this is not a job where I really have to work.
That's so true. And if you can look at it that way, where this is not work and it's not a job, you can last 50 years or better.
There you have it, Hall of Fame announcer Roger Houston. We're going to hear some great race calls throughout the day from Roger.
Pennsylvania, Ohio, trained by Brian Boring with Greg Bateson. Well, the 2 is Matt Rowe of Urbana, Ohio, CS Irene, trained by Mike Paul Hamas with Chris Lims. The 3 is Victoria Leah, owned in partnership by Martin Wollum and Bob Troyer. They're both of the Buckeye State, trained by Miles Wollum, Dan Noble. Austin Hanners drives the 4, Golden Endeavor for Top Shelf Stable of Brewster, Ohio, trained by Herman Hegeman. Well, the 5 is Beaver and Beaver of DeLeon Springs, Florida, and Beaver of Radnor, Ohio, and Z Hindler of Worthington, Ohio's Gabby's Teddy Bear, trained by Chris Beaver with Trevor Smith. Well, the 6 is Passionate Promise, owned by Arthur Duran, Jr. of Poland, Ohio, trained by Bill Rhodes with Aaron Merriman. And for the outside of the 7, Vintage, owned by Joyce McClellan of Zanesville, Ohio, and Melrose Stable of Hopewell, Ohio, trained by John Ryan Melsheimer. Chris Page is in her sulky.
Okay, welcome back. Here we go. Race 4, Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old fillies, first division.
The number 1, Matt, and one of our favorite horses, Hydraulic Hazel. How can you not love Hydraulic Hazel? 14 for 14 this year. Greg Bateson will drive, as he's been driving all year. Brian Boring's the trainer. Ernest Ayers from Sand Creek, Michigan, and Ellen Bellamora from Sylvia, Ohio, own this nice filly. She's a Stormin' Norman out of a DeJarmbro mare. 14 for 14 this year. 16 for 17 lifetime.
I want to know what happened in that one race.
Yes,
hit the
we
board,
should find
finished
that
third,
out, yep.
but, want to know what happened. The number 2 is CS Irene. Chris Lems drives for Mike Paul Hamas. This long-time filly is out of Nickel K. Matt Rowe owns. 18 starts on the year, 2 wins, a 2nd and 3/3. Last time out, had a break early on, never got back into it. That was at Kenton.
Victoria Lee and Dan Noble have the 3-hole. Trainers Miles Woolham, Martin Woolham, and Bob Troyer own this long-time filly. She's sitting 11th right now in the Buckeye Stallion Series final, so really good chance of getting in that final. She just is coming off a qualifier at Northfield, where she won in 2-2-1, but she does have a record of 54-4 at Northfield Park this year.
The number 4 is Golden Endeavor. Austin Hanner drives for Herman Hagerman. This filly by Enterprise is out of the Donerail mare Lucky W, owned by Top Shelf Stables. 20 starts this year, 4 wins, 3 seconds, 4/3, coming off a 6th place finish in the Ohio Sire Stakes Gray Championships.
Gabby's Teddy Bear and Trevor Smith leave from the 5-hole for trainer Chris Beaver. This is one of 6 horses that Chris is harnessing up today. This is a Triumphant Caviar out of a Credit Winner mare owned by J&C Beaver, CF Beaver, and Stephen Z. Handler. This filly is sitting 9th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points and is coming off of 2 wins, both of them at Scioto Downs, 57-3 and 56-1.
The number 6 is Passionate Promise. Aaron Merriman drives for trainer Bill Rhodes. Arthur Duran of Poland, Ohio owns this creatine filly. Still looking for that very first win. 16 starts, 6 seconds, 2/3. Add in 2 starts as a 2-year-old and 18 lifetime starts. Still a maiden looking for that first one, and wouldn't it be something to get it here at Delaware?
John Ryan Melsheimer trains the 7 Vintage. And he's put Chris Pages up for owners Joyce McClelland and Melrose Stable. This is a creatine filly out of a Cadabra mare. She is sitting 5th in the Buckeye Stallion Series right now. Has 9 starts this year, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a mark of 55-1 at Northfield Park.
So that is your field. The number 1, Hydraulic Hazel, 14 wins this year, the most by any 3-year-old trotters in North America. Second best, there's 3 tied with 11, City of Hope. Another horse we're very familiar with, Fantastic L, and Sure Do.
This is a step up for Hydraulic Hazel. Been racing at the county fair level, and this is, I believe, the first start in the Buckeye Stallion Series.
And she is overall, for all trotters, all ages, she's first with 14 wins. Baby Flash, a 2-year-old filly, is one behind with 13. So it's going to be interesting to see how Hydraulic Hazel answers the call here against better horses that have raced. But, you take a look, Victoria Lee has raced in the Ohio Sire Stakes ranks. As I said earlier, Golden Endeavor was in the Gray Championships for the Ohio Sire Stakes. Gabby's Teddy Bear has seen action in the Buckeye Stallion Series, as has Passionate Promise. The one who's probably got the most experience in these upper-level races is Vintage, who has raced in the Kentucky Commonwealth, the Ohio Sire Stake, or the Ohio State Fair Stakes, and the Buckeye Stallion Series. So they are rolling on the backstretch. Let's send it upstairs for the call of the 4th.
Got a recall here. Recall, reformation. Windows remain open. Recall in the 4th.
So recall there, so they'll form back up.
We had Josh asked how many races we have today. We do have 15 today. Got a lot of people watching.
Ladies and gentlemen, there'll be a short delay here as the 5 Gabby's Teddy Bear will return to the paddock area with broken equipment. Broken equipment on the 5 Gabby's Teddy Bear.
Gabby's Teddy Bear has the outrider assisting, heading back to the paddock. We can see the paddock out our terrarium window. But with the window out, it is very comfortable in here right now.
Yeah, we are, for those of you who know Delaware, we are on the, actually in the inside the track in the judges' stand, one part of it. And they put up windows a couple of years ago. It was always, it can get chilly in here, it can get wet in here, but it can get hot in here when all the windows are up. So they were nice enough to come and take a window out. Plus, then we can hear things that are going on outside. It makes it kind of nice.
So as we wait on the equipment repair for Gabby's Teddy Bear, trained by Chris Beaver, who has a farm not far from here up in Radnor, Ohio, about 5 minutes away from here. Looks like Gabby's Teddy Bear is back heading towards the starting gate. And we are set to go. Let's send it back up to Jason Settlemore.
Mike Webkenberg. Fourth race, sponsored by Woodland Run. Sophomore trotting fillies here for a purse of $20,000. First division, Buckeye Stallion Series, field of 7. Moving up and moving in. The gates swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come in Delaware, Ohio. Break the 2, CS Irene before the start. They're all fan trotting. Hydraulic Hazel from the inside is getting the first call. Driving Golden Endeavor, crossing right over to the pylons there, going right to the front. Got to the outside. Gabby's Teddy Bear is there in third. Pylons racing in fourth. Passionate Promise. Fifth is Victoria Leah. Sixth there to the outside of Vintage, and seventh and trailing after the early miscue, CS Irene. Down the backside they go, heading towards the opening quarter and being led up top by Golden Endeavor and Austin Anners dictating the fractions here, but no pops. Hydraulic Hazel to the outside too. Inside, Golden Endeavor says, no, I want the front. Opening quarter in 29 seconds flat and puts Hydraulic Hazel right back in the garden spot, racing in two. Along the pylons in third, Gabby's Teddy Bear. Fourth is Passionate Promise, passing the stands of the fans for the first time and heading on over to the half. In there, racing in as they pass us for the first time and on over to the half. Fifth, that's Victoria Leah, followed in sixth by Vintage, and seventh and trailing CS Irene. Rolling into the payoff half. Halfway home, 58 seconds flat, a second panel in 29 seconds. Up top, leading the way, Golden Endeavor, dictating the fractions, leading it by a length and a half, and out come the earplugs. Off the turn and driving down the backside. Heads are pointed towards three quarters. Golden Endeavor up top, leading the way here by a length and a half. Hydraulic Hazel still right there, racing in two. Gabby's Teddy Bear is there in third. Victoria Leah improved to fourth. Three quarters, 126 and 4/5. They'll trot the turn and head for home, and the drums are beating up top. Golden Endeavor with a lead here. Hydraulic Hazel still trying to go on, and now to the outside, racing in third. Gabby's Teddy Bear is coming at her and coming on. Less than a 16th to go. They're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. Golden Endeavor set down for the drive. To the outside, Gabby's Teddy Bear is coming at her and coming on along with Vintage, but at the wire, Golden Endeavor gate to wire. Finishing second, the 5, Gabby's Teddy Bear. Third was the 7, Vintage. Time of the mile, 1:57 flat. Golden Endeavor in a new lifetime mark.
The streak for Hydraulic Hazel comes to an end with a fourth place finish here in the Buckeye Stallion Series. She found herself in an unfamiliar position, sitting in the pocket, something she's not used to. Usually she's out on the front, by the half mile, and this time when Greg Bateson tried to take her to the front, Austin Hanners and Golden Endeavor, as Jason Settlemore said, no, not right now, and then Austin Hanners just controlled the race from that point.
But still, what a fantastic year she has had. You can't ask for anything more than that. But Golden Endeavor, your winner today, this is an Enterprise out of a Donna Rail mare. This is 5 wins this year, 6 wins lifetime.
Coming off the Ohio Sire Stakes Gray Championship, 6th place finish, so was racing in that top tier and able to come down here into the Buckeye Stallion Series and finish with the victory. Second was Gabby's Teddy Bear, so the equipment didn't factor into it, as Gabby's Teddy Bear, after a recall, went back for some broken equipment, was coming off 2 straight victories, and third was Vintage, Chris Page, driving for John Ryan Melsheimer. Vintage did not race as a 2-year-old. Still unofficial, but here comes your winner, the number 4, Golden Endeavor.
The race sponsored by Woodland Run, First Division, 3-year-old trotting filly. Buckeye Stallion Series, the 4, Golden Endeavor, taking this field gate to wire. 3-year-old bay filly by Enterprise out of a Lucky W mare, she by Donna Rail. By Top Shelf Stable, Brewster, Ohio, trained by Herman Hegerman. Nicely handled here this afternoon by winning driver Austin Hanners. That's the 5th win in 2023 for this one, and the 6th win of this one's career. Homa winner in 157 flat. The 4, Golden Endeavor. This race sponsored by Woodland Run.
So Golden Endeavor with win number 5. Austin Hanners picks up his first win of the day. Not sure if that's Austin Hanners' first win here at Delaware, or if he had one last year.
I am not sure.
So let's go back up to Jason.
$7.440. Third of the 7, Vintage, $3.80. Dollar Perfecta, $4.5, $35.90. 50-cent try, 457, 88.85, and the 50-cent super, 4571, $259.40. It's official.
So that first race is now official. Let's send it down to Doug Ballinger, who's got Austin Hanners.
There's 57. Front end speed's holding up today.
Yeah, I put one on the front earlier, and she really did dig in. She just got a little tired, but that one there, she got the job done.
You've had a good year at Scioto Downs. Probably about 5th, 6th leading driver there. Probably 80, I'm going to guess 80 wins this year.
I'd say somewhere along that. It's been a good meet. Definitely thankful for everybody giving me the opportunity to be there, and hopefully keep right on rolling.
You were the winner this year of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association and the Ohio Harness Riders Association Peter Houghton Award. That had to be a thrill.
Yeah, it was. That's something my dad done, and that was just something I wanted to, accomplish just because he did it, and I got it done. So that was awesome.
Your dad was a great driver. He passed too early, but I'm sure he's very proud of you.
I hope so.
Congratulations, Austin Hanners.
Austin Hanners, one of our young drivers, just 24 years old, picks up the win on Golden Endeavor. So with that, we'll head back up for the rundown, or is he done?
Yeah, I think he's done.
Okay. Well, we'll take a break, and when we come back, we'll have the 5th, the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, 2nd Division.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio is a full-service standardbred breeding facility that specializes in stallion management. Cool Winds Farm stands the popular Dancin' Yankee, whose first crop of 2-year-olds are now racing. Cool Winds also welcomed Western Fame to their stallion barn, who won nearly $2 million competing against the best pacers of his generation. Be sure to inspect the Cool Winds yearlings at the Ohio Selected Jug Sale at Pickaway on Friday, September 15th.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set for the 5th race. The Great Lake Amateur Driving Association 1 mile trot. The number 1 is Bentley Blue. Lauren Harmon drives for Stacy Van Heusen. This 6-year-old gelding by Mr. Cantab is owned by Crawford Farms Racing of Syracuse. 24 starts on the year, 3 wins, 2 seconds, and 4 thirds, coming off a 9th place finish at Scioto Downs after suffering a couple of breaks.
Baby Yoda and Vincent Mata have the 2-hole. Edward Miller is the trainer. Rebecca Sugg and Watson Harness Racing, the owner. This is a 5-year-old gelding by Break the Bank K. 99th lifetime start. So next start, we're going to have a party for Baby Yoda.
Go. The number 3, Lucky Stormin, is scratched. So the number 4 is a Royal Line. Jamie Riera Bassa drives for Terry Dieters. This horse is owned by Oldford Racing, has won the last 3. On the year, 17 wins, 17 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Let's head it up for the post parade.
Ladies and gentlemen, in his 57th year as the voice of the Delaware County Fair and Little Brown Jug, here's Hall of Famer Roger Houston.
Horses are on the track.
Parading to the post for the 5th race, Hatfield Stables, Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association, 2nd Division. And these are the horses. Number 1, Bentley Blue. Stacy Van Heusen trains. Lauren Harmon drives the 1, Bentley Blue. Number 2, Baby Yoda. Rebecca Sugg and Watson Harness Racing. Edward Miller trains. Vince Mata drives the 2, Baby Yoda. Number 3 is scratched. The 4, A Royal Line. Terry Dieters trains. Jamie Riera Bassa, the driver. Number 5, T-Bar. Chris Short trains. Daryl Rideout drives the 5, T-Bar. Number 6 is Just Like Magic. Tom Severchuk, the owner, trainer, and driver of the 6, Just Like Magic. And number 7, Pass the Vape. Derek Wadaker trains. Devin Miller in the sulky. That's
So Daryl Rideout will drive T-Bar from the 5-hole in this Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association race. This is trained by Chris Short, owned by Morrison Racing Stables. This is an 8-year-old gelding who's had 144 lifetime starts, 370,000 in earnings, and a mark as a 6-year-old of 52-2 at Scioto Downs.
The number 6 is Just Like Magic. Tom Severchuk drives, trains, and owns this Don't You Forget It gelding. 13 starts on the year. A win, 2 seconds, and 3/3. That win came at the Meadows last time out. At the Meadows, finished 4th, 3 3/4 lengths back.
Devin Miller will drive the 7, Pass the Vape. Derek Wadaker trains. Lionel Wadaker is the owner. This is a DeJarmbro gelding, 8 years old, out of a vaporized mare. 136 lifetime starts, $699,000 in earnings, and a mark as a 4-year-old of 52-2, taken at the Meadows.
So Pass the Vape will go over that $700,000 mark as long as he can get a 4th place finish or better. I believe my math is correct there.
I mean, these are some nice old horses. They're not really old. I guess they're kind of in that mid-range, midlife, 6, 7, 8 years old, but have made a lot of money, raced a lot. Always nice. These old gelding trotters are just wonderful.
Take that back. Pass the Vape is going to have to finish 2nd to get
to get that
to that mark. Yep. Just a beautiful day here in Central Ohio here at Delaware, Ohio, at the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Blue skies, a lot of white puffy clouds moving in. A nice breeze out there. You can see some of the fans on the in the turn already have their structures set up. The flags are blowing. You've got the one there. It looks like the American flag, the Canadian flag, and 3 others. Not sure about them. The one to the left. Obviously a sports fan. It's got the Indians flag, or the Guardians flag, the Broncos, the Bengals, the Ohio State flag flying. The U.S. flag. So it's just really nice to see some of these setups that people have. Michael Langer, who's helped us on a lot of our broadcast, is here just enjoying himself, is what he said. They're down over near the Bryan barn. He says they've got it set up with 4 tents, and then they've got a little riser there where they can all step up on, watch the race, and come back down and enjoy themselves there.
Some of these setups get pretty elaborate.
Well, some of the setups by the campers are elaborate.
Yes.
Back into that, back behind the big pavilion area, there's one there. I don't know if you noticed it as you drive the golf cart around where we go to get rid of them. They have a license plate with the letters all cut out spelling Little Brown Jug, the L's from all different states, which looks really great. So the field is forming on the backstretch. The number 1, Bentley Blue with Lauren Harmon. The number 2, Baby Yoda and Vincente Mata. The number 3, Lucky Storm, Zachary Hires, or scratch the number 3. The number 4 is A Royal Line with Jamie Riera Bassa. The number 5, T-Bar, Daryl Rideout. The number 6, Just Like Magic, Tom Severick. And the number 7, Pass the Vape with Devin Miller. As we get set to go with the 5th race on our card today from the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Matt and I already went and did our fair food Our first fair food.
What did you, the two of you go with?
We both had a walleye sandwich.
Ooh,
mine was
walleye
great.
Sandwich.
Was yours good?
It was just how I remembered it. So perfect.
Yes, perfect.
Yeah, we may have to make that. We may have to go for the trifecta with that because Doug Ballinger is going to hop in after this race. I'm going to run over there, get myself something to eat, and we'll see what's going on. Take a few pictures.
They only sell bologna and walleye at that stand, so
bologna sounds
kind of
good too.
what you have to get.
Well, let's send it up to Roger Houston for the call of the fifth.
Horses approaching the starting gate. And we've got a little recall. We'll try it again. Trotters are all in behind the Midland Acres starting gate with starter Mike Wuppenberg. The gate swings around the turn, and here they come. They're off and trotting. That's T-Bar going right out to grab the racetrack. Bentley Blue gets away second. Baby Yoda is there third. Three wide up on the outside, just like Magic fourth. Racing fifth, the Royal Line, and trailing the field as they race around the turn past the Vape. On to the backside in the first quarter mark. It's Darrell Rideout and T-Bar showing the way by 2 1/4. Lauren Harmon and Bentley Blue right there second. Vincent Mata and Baby Yoda trots third. They're by the opening panel in 29 flat. Into the turn racing going to the 3/8 mark. Racing fourth, the Royal Line. Fifth, ready to come to the outside is Just Like Magic. Trailing the field past the Vape. All in straight alignment as they race into the lane first time, coming to the halfway station. Continue to show the way. It's T-Bar by a length and 3/4. Bentley Blue right there second. Baby Yoda trots third at the halfway point in 59 2. Into the turn they go. Racing fourth, the Royal Line. Racing fifth, it's Just Like Magic, and treading the field past the Vape. Severchek goes to the outside with Just Like Magic. Up the inside past the Vape. Down the backside, going to the 3/4 mark. On top of the field, it's T-Bar. Here comes Lauren Harmon and Bentley Blue. Out of the pocket and charging on the outside second. 3/4, 128 4, 29 2. Third panel. Around the final turn, that's Bentley Blue. Up on the outside to grab the racetrack. T-Bar is there second. A Royal Line closing on the outside third. Up the inside, past the Vape fourth. Less than an 8 to go. On top of the field and drawn away, it's Bentley Blue and Lauren Harmon. T-Bar, a Royal Line. The mile, 1:58.
Might be a little trash talking at the barn tomorrow. That's a stable.ca exacta right there. Lauren Harmon and Darrell Rideout both. Lauren just went right past Darrell, so.
Really? You think so?
I would if I was Lauren.
Lauren Harmon with the win, driving for Stacy Van Heusen, picks up the win on the Mr. Cantab Gelding, fourth win of the year, 25th start for Bentley Blue. Comes home in 1:58. All the starters in this race, Susan, I don't know if you noticed, had earned over $100,000 in their career.
Oh, gosh, yes.
I mean, you know, you had Past the Vape at $699,000 at one end, and you had Bentley Blue at $119,955 at the other end. We'll get the official rundown from Roger.
We would take any one of these, right?
Oh, without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Lots of people sitting in the grandstand enjoying the beautiful weather we have today.
You got some down in the lower boxes where the sun is still shining. You go up in the upper boxes, and it's a bit cloudy. Or shady, not cloudy.
I saw Tiffany Rankin this morning from the Fair Board, and she talked about the rodeo that they had last night was really well attended and had a really great crowd there. So
all I know is when we left here last night, we did not have internet availability here in the judges stand. I went to Jay Wolf, and he says, I'll get Tiffany on it. We put a note on her door. We got here this morning. After a little bit, she had us our internet. Yep. Here comes your winner, Lauren Harmon, back to the winner's circle.
Sugar Valley Farms winner's circle. Number 1, Bentley Blue. Owned by the Crawford Farms Racing of Syracuse, New York. Stacy Van Heusen, the winning trainer. Lauren Harmon in the sulky. The 6-year-old gelding by Mr. Cantab out of First Lady 2 trots home a winner in 1:58. Bentley Blue, Stacy Van Heusen, Lauren Harmon.
The caretaker for the 1, Bentley Blue, Mia Hanners. This 5th race sponsored by Hatfield Stables, and in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of Bud Hatfield and the Hatfield Stables, Tiffany Rankin.
Speak of the devil.
yeah, right there in the winner's circle.
As she is presenting, looks like Brett Miller also in the winner's circle over there to the right. Is that who it is, Matt?
Yep.
Our little monitor's a little too far away for this old man's eyesight, so we have to get it a little closer later. And in fact, Brett's going to hop on the bike, and I got a feeling Doug Ballinger will be bringing over our winner, Lauren Harmon, to our interview area. You know, all I know is I got some big shoes to fill during the second 5 races, and I've got to go get lunch and take pictures and do some Facebook posting. So you may not get many interviews during the next 5.
I was thinking the exact same thing at the end of the card. How am I going to step up to Doug? He's gotten one every single person.
Well, don't worry. After I'm done, you won't have big shoes to fill.
$154.25.
Hard to say no to Doug Ballinger. Yep. Such a great guy.
$15.35.
Want to just go?
Thanks, Frank and Susan. I'm joined by winning driver Lauren Harmon. Getting to be a habit. I think he had a couple winners last year here at Delaware, but it probably doesn't get old.
No, it never gets old here. I'm very thankful for the opportunities that I got here, and I had a good year last year and started off the first race I had a second, so not a bad start this year.
Bentley Blue, did you drive Bentley Blue here at Delaware last year?
No, I drove Walk on the Moon for Anthony McDonald in the stable. Stacy trained him.
Okay. Tuesday, the Springhaven Farm Ladies Driving Series, you don't have a drive in that. You didn't participate in that at all this year?
No, I didn't have any drives for the fair to participate this year in it.
So you help your parents train in Michigan a lot?
Actually, I'm working for Anthony McDonald at Cleveland right now, but whenever I can give my parents a help out, I'd try to.
Any more drives this week?
Looking for Thursday. Hopefully we'll have one Thursday.
Well, best of luck and congratulations on the win today.
Thank you very much.
Lauren Harmon.
There you go, the winner, Lauren Harmon with Bentley Blue. And I think we're done with the rundown already. I just had the winner. I didn't have any more of the rundown. You had T-Bar was second, a Royal Line was third, and finishing fourth, we don't know. So
yeah, that's all I
but
had.
we get you the interview. So
that's right.
That'll do it for the 5th. I'm going to step aside. Doug Ballinger's going to hop in here and join Susan Schroeder to bring you the next 5 when we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. it makes a world of difference.
Sun's out, guns out, hot summer fun.
Hot summer fun. Hot summer fun.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Jelly and Sands, Ohio Fair Racing Conference, 2-year-old filly, Pacers, 2nd Division. Number 1, Best Nay Ever. The driver, Don Harmon. Number 2 is Rockin' Ginger. The driver, Austin Hanners. Number 3, Nunya Beeswax with Justin Irvine. Number 4, Scarlet Begonias and Leslie Joyce. Number 5, Tails Never Fails, driving Chris Page. Number 6, There She Is Again, with Cam McCowan. Number 7, West Malibu, the driver, Drew Neal. And number 8, Camellia Spatial, Jeff Nysonger in the sulky. Win, play, show, perfecta, trifecta, superfecta, pick 4 wagering on.
Okay, we are back here with Doug Ballinger, who's leaving his interview job. Great interviews. That was really interesting.
I like doing that interview.
Yeah, yep. It was interesting. You get to find out a little bit more about people than you normally would know. Yeah. So that was really neat. So the 6th race coming up, the 2nd division of the 2-year-old filly Ohio Fair Racing Conference. Best Nay Ever and Don Harmon have the rail. Christy Harmon is the trainer. Kaya Morgan and Robert Williams are the owners. This is a well-said filly. Just won 2 starts back at Wauseon in 2-1-1, and that is her mark for the year.
Susan, the 2 is Rockin' Ginger, the 2-year-old bay filly by Nob Hill High, out of the world of rock and roll. Hot Rockin', Brett Swartz trains. Austin Hanners is the driver. Austin looking for his 2nd win of the day. 13 starts this year for Rockin' Ginger, 3 wins, 3/3, 11,000. County Fair Market Athens at 204. The 2, Rockin' Ginger.
Nunya Beeswax and Justin Irvine have the 3-hole. This filly is sitting 13th in the Ohio Fair Championship points right now. Brian Boring is the trainer. Brian also owns along with Jennifer Vollmer. This filly is a well-said out of a He's All That mare. 11 starts this year, 2 wins. Those were back-to-back wins at Attica and Bowling Green.
Leslie Joyce drives number 4, Scarlet Begonias for Kevin Goodwell. Owned by the partnership of Leslie Joyce, Bloomfield. This is the 2-year-old bay filly by Fear the Dragon out of the Western Terre Mare, 7:30. 7 starts, has 1/3.
Tails Never Fails, and Chris Page will leave from the 5-hole. Ron Steck is the trainer. Gary Conduit Amanda Allender and Ron Steck all own this well-said filly. She's out of a Sportsmaster mare. 11 starts this year, has 3 seconds, 2 thirds. Last start out at Upper Sandusky finished third and paced in 2, 1, and 4.
6, there she is again, Cam McCowan for Kent Wilcox, owner Richard Cup. This black filly's by Do Me That Again, out of the Gun That West mare. Katie's Got a Gun. 12 starts, has 2 seconds, 2 thirds. 15,000, a winner at Greenville, 2 minutes, 2 fifths. Last time out was a winner at Montpelier of 2:07 and 2.
We have young Drew Neal between the wheels for the West Malibu. They're going to score from the 7 post. Brian Boring, the trainer. Douglas Harding from Adrian, Michigan, the owner. This is a down by the seaside filly out of a Western Hanover mare. Has 1 win this year. That was at Napoleon in 2, 2, and 4.
8, Camellia Spatial, Jeff Nysonger for Joe Paver. This brown filly is by Racing Hill out of the Mr. Wiggles mare, Oh So Wiggles Spatial. And our listeners out there will recall that name, Oh So Wiggles Spatial. I'm sure one here at Delaware 8 to 10 years ago. 2 starts, has a win and a third, 3,800, 201 and 3 at Upper Sandusky for the 8, Camellia Spatial.
As we said, Nunya Beeswax sitting 13th in the Ohio Fair Championship. Has a couple more fairs to go before those point standings are done. We're going to count this week at Delaware, also Ashland tomorrow. They're having 2 programs. Those points will count. And Dover, and I believe Coshocton also counts. Lancaster does not, because they will be drawing for the Fair Championships before Lancaster.
So Lancaster, we start at Paulding and then County Fair per se at Lancaster.
Mm-hmm. And when we started at Paulding, it seemed like such a long ways to Lancaster, but now it's coming up
And
quick.
I can remember that, I think Frank and I were on set the first night. It was so cold at Paulding.
Feel a little bad for Pierce Henry here. He was down. He drove Camellia Special first lifetime start. She raced good for him. Then he was down on her again at Upper Sandusky, but Robbie Brooks had one in there, and he typically drives for him. So Jeff picked up the drive there at Upper, and she looked really good there. I think she's a really, really nice filly, this 8-horse Camellia Special.
Yeah, that goes back, as I mentioned, to her mom, Oh So Wiggles Spatial. Won a lot of races at the county fairs throughout Ohio.
Just getting started. Just had those 2 starts. Started at Labor Day weekend at Richwood.
204 and 3 right out of the box at Richwood. Finished third and was a winner, 201 and 3 at Upper Sandusky last week. Final half in 59.
It was interesting when you were talking to Chris Page. You wonder how many young guys, between you and Roger, how many young guys you have started out, that did their first announce their first races. It's got to be a lot.
And that's where these great drivers start out as county fairs. I know Mike Wilder, I called him, he's not so much Ohio anymore. He's at the Meadows, one of the top drivers. I called his first win, I think, at Springfield, Ohio. King Kaufman's first win at Greenville. And Austin Hanners, I called his first win, he told me, at Salina about 2 years ago.
Gosh.
And Austin has one in here. It'd be his second win of the day if he can get Rock and Ginger home. But Austin, up-and-coming star.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to Roger with a call of the 6th.
They're off and pacing. Nunez Beeswax goes for the lead. Getting away second is Rock and Ginger up on the outside. There she is again, now third. Best Nay ever fourth, racing fifth. Tails Never Fails, racing sixth. Scarlet Begonias seventh is West Malibu. And treading the field, Camellia Spatial. Down the backside, going to the first quarter mark. Nunya Beeswax shows the way by a length and a quarter. Racing right there, second
second is Rockin' Ginger as a race by the opening panel, 28-4. There she is again, racing third, going to the 3/8 mark. Best Nay Ever is fourth, racing fifth, Tails Never Fails, racing sixth. As the race around the turn, Scarlet Begonias. On the move on the outside from way back. Here comes Jeff Nysonger and Camellia Spatial. Now seventh, now sixth, and closing on the outside as the race over to the halfway point. Halfway home in 58-3, 29-4, second panel. Moving first up on the outside, Cam McGowan, and there she is again. Now second. After the leader, Nunya Beeswax. Third on the outside, Best Nay Ever and Don Harmon with a rush. Now third, now second, and engaging the leader, Nunya Beeswax down the backside. Camellia Spatial up on the outside is now fourth at the 3/4 mark. They reach the 3/4 in 1:27-4, 29-1, third panel. The battle's on around the final turn. Nunya Beeswax on the inside. Best Nay Ever up on the outside second. Gapped out third. It's Camellia Spatial. Into the stretch they come. Nunya Beeswax opens back up. Racing second. Best Nay Ever to the wire. Nunya Beeswax. Best Nay Ever. Tails Never Fails. The mile, 1:56, 3/5.
And that is a big change in a lifetime mark for Nunya Beeswax. Her mark before was 2:3-2 at Attica, now 1:56-3 at Delaware.
Driven by Justin Irvine, another up-and-coming young driver from Michigan. Drives a lot in the Michigan fairs. Third of the season, as you say, a lifetime mark, 56-3. The Brown filly by Well Said, owned by Brian Boring. Jennifer Vollmer of Michigan. Brian Boring trains. And officially second was a 1, Best Nay Ever, Don Harmon. Third to 5, Tails Never Fails. And I don't know who Roger said for the fourth position.
Yeah, I didn't catch that either.
28-4, 58-3, 127-4, 56-3, as Susan mentioned, lifetime mark for Nunya Beeswax. 8, Camellia Spatial was fourth. So it's a 3-1, 5-8.
So the Camellia Special that you talked about finished fourth. I mean, that's a big drop in time for her also.
Been nice to see her draw inside. Post 8 is so tough. You got to have a couple seconds over the field. And she being a green filly, only her third start. Post 8, very difficult here at Delaware.
I want to welcome everybody that is watching us. We have somebody from Hawaii today. I don't
Emily
remember.
Hay.
Oh, Emily Hayes from Ohio?
Of Spring Valley Farm.
Okay,
Yeah,
she's
she
from
was
my
gonna-
hometown of Salina.
We talked to her at.
I wondered why she was not. I figured
Finley.
she'd have enough points to be in.
Oh,
the,
she definitely had enough points.
That's
I think,
what I
but she was
figured.
planning on being in Hawaii anyway.
Okay.
So
Number 3, Nunya Beeswax. Brian Boring and Jennifer Vollmer of Michigan. Brian Boring, the winning trainer. Justin Irvine in the sulky. 2-year-old brown filly, but Well Said out of Shebe's lifetime mark. 1:56, 3/5. Final half, 58. Final quarter, 28-4. Leaving the Sugar Valley Farm winner circle, Nunya Beeswax.
Beeswax, also the owner trainer, Brian Boring. Well, this race sponsored by Shelley and Sands, and in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, Mr. Bill Peters.
So we mentioned before that Bill is not, he's presenting Ohio Fair Conference, he's presenting Buckeye Stallion Series, and he's furiously writing points down too as he sits he sits right down by the judges stand every year and gets points ready for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. So Bill does a great job for Ohio racing. If
The
we're gonna
one,
get
Best
the-
Nay Ever,
Yep, let's get the
262.20. Tails Never Fails, $3. $1 Perfecta, 3-1, $20.80. 50-cent try, 315, 31.90. 50-cent super, 3158, $138.05. Number 1, Best Nay Ever, 2. The 2, Rockin' Ginger, 8. The 3, Nunya Beeswax, the winner. Number 4, Scarlet Begonias, 7. The 5, Tails Never Fails, 3. The 6, There She Is Again, 5. The 7, West Malibu, 6. And the 8, Camellia Spatial, 4. Top down, 281, 735, 6. 4 on the bottom. The mile, 156, 3/5.
Okay, let's take a short break, and then we'll be back with some Buckeye Stallion Series action.
For over 100 years, the values at CoverLink Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. At CoverLink Insurance, you're a person, not a policy. We're here to get you the right coverage: home, auto, business, and farm. CoverLink covers you, your family, and your business. Trusted advice and solutions to protect what matters most. Great service from great people. CoverLink Insurance.
Your animals provide unconditional love. When they hurt, you want the best care available to help them enjoy life again. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center is here for you and for them. From heart disease to cancer, diabetes to broken bones, and 24-hour emergency services, Ohio State's team of experts make a difference in the lives of animals and the family members who love them. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
Okay, so welcome back. Doug Ballinger, Matt Clark, and myself, Susan Schroeder, bringing you the 7th race right now, the Buckeye Stallion Series 3-year-old filly division, 2nd division. This is the 5th and final leg of the Buckeye Stallion Series, so this is where they will finalize their points to see if they are going to be in the final. So let's take a look at these horses. The 1 is OU Stacy. Tyler Smith will drive. Renee Looney is the trainer. Pine Grove Stable, the owner of this filly. She's a by OU man out of an Angus Hall mare. 3 wins this year out of 18 starts at a mark of 54-3 at Northfield Park.
Susan, the 2 is Seize the Moment. Charles Smith Jr. for Jeff Miller, the 3-year-old bay filly, was a $10,000 yearling purchase 2 years ago. The bay filly by Enterprise has 10 starts this year. 1/3 lifetime, $4,600 for the 2, Seize the Moment.
Zach Mogan trains the 3, Rose Run Yancey. Dan Noble will drive. Rush Creek Stables from Russellvania, Ohio, owns this Uncle Peter filly. She's out of a Broadway Hall mare. 16 starts, has not won yet, but has 4 seconds and earnings of over $17,000, a qualifying mark of 158 at Scioto.
4, Sister Charlie, Trevor Smith for Chris Beaver. 3-year-old bay filly by Long Tom. This a $27,000 yearling purchase 2 years ago. Winner twice lifetime, $52,000 lifetime. 59-3 as a 2-year-old at Scioto for the 4, Sister Charlie.
Fantastic L and Hank Levan have the 5-hole. Hank is also the trainer. Levan Stables, Dharma Fall Racing, E. Perry, and M. Levan are all owners of this Team 6 filly. She's out of an SJ's Caviar mare. This filly is sitting 6th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points right now. She has 11 wins this year out of 25 starts, $64,000 in earnings, a mark of 54-4. So let's go to the post parade, then we will be back with the rest of the field.
Horses are leaving the paddock and coming to the track for the 7th race. First Citizens National Bank Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old filly trot, 2nd division. The 1 will parade last. We begin the post parade with the 2, Seize the Moment. The driver, Charles Smith Jr. Number 3 is Rose Run Yancey with Dan Noble. Number 4, Sister Charlie with Trevor Smith. Number 5, Fantastic L, the driver, Hank Levan. The 6 is What's Up G, Aaron Merriman driving. Number 7 is Smokin' Hot Irish Girl with Chris Lems. Number 8, Lennox Hill and Jeff Nysonger. And now on the track, the 1, OU Stacy, Tyler Smith in the sulky.
So the 6 horses, What Up G and Aaron Merriman. Chris Beaver is the trainer. Chris also owns this horse along with Steven Z. Handler. It's a Triumphant Caviar filly out of a Holiday Road mare, G. O'Keefe. This filly is sitting 3rd in the Buckeye Stallion Series points this year. Has 14 starts, 4 wins, 4 seconds, 3 thirds, 95,000 in earnings, and a mark of 54-4 at Scioto Downs.
It has the services of Aaron Merriman, who just about 10 days ago picked up his 15,000th career winning drive. He's either 3rd or 4th. Dave Pallone, Hervé Filion, and I believe Tony Morgan, and I believe it would be Aaron Merriman. So 2 Ohio boys, 3rd and 4th.
Pretty special company
Yes.
there, isn't it?
Yes. 7, Smokin' Hot Irish Girl. Chris Lems for Jason McGinnis, the 3-year-old at Brown, filly by Uncle Peter. Has a win in 14 starts, 4 seconds and a third, 27,000, 52,000 lifetime. Earlier this year, 159 at Miami Valley.
Jeff Nysonger drives Lennox Hill from the 8-hole. Herman Hagerman, the trainer. Hagerman Racing and Audubon Racing Stable own this What the Hill filly. She's out of an SJ's Photo Mare. 24 starts this year, 3 wins, 4 seconds, 2 thirds. Did not start as a 2-year-old. Has a mark of 2, 3, and 4 at Carrollton.
So that's a look at the field. 7th race. Buckeye Stallion Series. 3-year-old filly trotters. This is the 2nd division for 20,000. Susan, the finals of the Buckeye Stallion Series, correct me if I'm wrong on this, will go September 30th on the big night at Hollywood Gaming in Dayton, I believe, on their Derby night. The championships of the Buckeye Stallions go.
Yes, September 30th, Hollywood, yes. And they're going to be going for $75,000 each division, so really nice purse. That'll be a great night there at Hollywood Gaming at Dayton.
Scioto Downs just closed their doors last night. A great year.
Yeah, wonderful year. For those of you who maybe missed Super Night, you missed a fantastic night of racing there. 18 races. It were just, I mean, it was quite a night, quite a feat, I have to say, for Scioto to handle all that, to handle 18 races, to get all those horses there in detention and take care of everybody. It was really, truly a magical night.
The detention is so much that goes into that when these horses have to arrive and how they inspect everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was. They had Ohio State Racing Commission officials right there checking everything. You couldn't bring anything into that detention area unless it had been checked.
Scioto, a great season. If you didn't get to Scioto this year, get there next year. Gorgeous new facility.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you got to announce a lot up there, so it's kind of a nice.
Enjoyed that.
Nice scene from way up top.
Yep.
They have the judges, the announcer, the charter, everybody out is up there, and then on either end of that, they have those 2 rooms, the Charlie Hill room and the 3 Diamonds that you can rent and have your own little party up there. Pretty.
They did it upright.
Yeah. Yep.
And opening their doors a week from tomorrow, or a week from Tuesday, will be Jason Bloom at Dayton Raceway. They go 70 days. They go Tuesday through Saturday, 4 o'clock post every day. They open up Tuesday the 26th. They go to December 30th. Northfield Park still going. They go year-round. I don't know their days for sure. They switch on and off their days, but it's always 4 days a week. They're just about year-round. They might close a week in the summer and then back at it. Miami Valley will take off January 1st when Dayton closes. It's Miami Valley through the 1st of January to the first week of May, and then it's back at Scioto Downs, and that Scioto Downs will be here before you know it in fair season.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just there's no lack of racing here in Ohio.
Just think, we sold yearlings Friday, and they were up 10%. The average, I believe, was 37,000, up 10%.
Incredible.
So the money's here in Ohio. That's where they want to be.
Yep. A lot of money to race for, that's for sure.
Let's go to Roger Houston for the call of the 7th.
The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting. That's What's Up G going right out for the lead. OU Stacy on the inside between horses. Rose Run Yancey into the first turn. Up on the outside, Fantastic L racing fourth, trying to find a spot. Racing fifth, Sister Charlie. 6 is Smoking Hot Irish Girl. Racing seventh, Seize the Moment, and treading the field, Lenox Hill. Down the backside they go. What's Up G takes them over to the first quarter mark for Aaron Merriman at the quarter in 29 flat. As they race into the turn, OU Stacy is there second. Racing third, Rose Run Yancey. Trotting fourth, Fantastic L. Fifth is Sister Charlie. Racing sixth, Smoking Hot Irish Girl. Into the lane, Seize the Moment in the trailer. Lenox Hill, Jeff Nicehonger can see them all coming to the halfway point. Here comes Dan Noble, Rose Run Yancey on the move on the outside as they come halfway home in 59-3. On to the backside. What's Up G leads by a length and a quarter. Rose Run Yancey on the outside second. OU Stacy is there third. Fantastic L out and following the cover fourth. Racing fifth, Sister Charlie. Coming to the outside, Smoking Hot Irish Girl. Lenox Hill and treading the field, Seize the Moment at the 3-quarter mark. Into the turn they go. 3 quarters, 128-2, 28-4. Third panel. Midway around the final turn. On top of the field, What's Up G with the lead by a length. On the outside, Rose Run Yancey inching up with every stride. Racing third, OU Stacy. Tyler Smith needs some racing room. Into the stretch, What's Up G in total command for Aaron Merriman. The mile, 1:58.
So it looks like Aaron Merriman adding to that $15,000 win total. Winning here with What Up G.
What Up G raced a week ago Saturday in the Scarlet Series for $100,000 at Scioto against Doc's Boo Boo, who we'll see later on today. Doc's Boo Boo was the winner there. I believe Doc's Boo Boo drew the rail today, so it should be very tough. I think maybe Doc's Boo Boo going in the finals, it'd be the Triple Crown, what do we call it? Not the Buckeye Stallion, but Doc's Boo Boo is stepping up going in the
Breeders' Championship?
Ohio Breeders' Championship, I believe, and that would be...
I don't think he's in today.
Is it maybe not today, maybe tomorrow then? I think he's got the rail.
Yeah, it's in tomorrow.
Okay.
In the 17th race tomorrow with the rail.
And that is the Ohio Breeders' Championship, am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Going for $120,000. That's going to be a great race. There's just so many really great races this week. I mean, of course we have the Grand Circuit things, but when we talk about, we've been watching these Colts and fillies all summer at the fairs. Just
yeah, and they get
nice
showcase their, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference is held here, so they get to come to Delaware and race. I know we have a couple from Salina. Bob Geist, he's racing one Wednesday, and Rusty Voorhees, director of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association, he drew the rail on Tuesday with Joint Enterprise. I believe he's in the 8th race. So it'll be a thrill for the two gentlemen from Salina to come to Delaware and race. Here's the winner's circle. What up, G? Aaron Merriman.
7th race, Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old filly trot, 2nd division. Number 6, What's Up, G? Christopher Beaver and Steven Cilandelar. Chris Beaver's 34th training win here at Delaware County Fairgrounds. Aaron Merriman gets his 45th winning drive here at the Delaware County Fair. The 3-year-old filly by Triumphant Caviar, G. O'Keefe. Home winner in 1:58. Chris Beaver, Aaron Merriman. What's up, G?
Taker for the 6, What Up, G? Tome and Chris Beaver. Well, this race sponsored by the First Citizens National Bank. The presentation on behalf of the Buckeye Stallion Series and the First Citizens National Bank, Mr. Ed Powers.
I'm surprised Aaron Merriman's only his 45th winning drive at Delaware.
Of all-time winners here at the Delaware County Fair, now tied for the 19th spot with Dave Rankin.
Dave Rankin, a name top driver here in Ohio in the past. Let's go to Frank with Chris Beaver.
Guys, I'm here with Chris Beaver. Chris, it's got to be nice to win these races, especially since your farm is only about 5 minutes away from here.
Yeah, it's nice to win at Delaware. It's nice to win on the first day and get it out of the way. You know, sometimes we're struggling to win races early on, and it makes you get a little worried. So,
What Up, G? Had raced really well last couple of starts, a 5th and a 6th in the Gray Consolation Championships, but you come back with a big win today and over $100,000 this year now.
Yeah, she's been a nice surprise for us. She only made about like $17,000 last year, but I had shown me some speed, and they showed me some speed. I know they can come back and make 6 figures in Ohio. It's a great program for a horse like her.
As you come into the week, do you set a goal of how many you'd like to walk out of here with?
Oh, I'd like to win them all, but no, I don't really. We do as well as we can every race and see where it goes.
Well, congratulations on the first one.
Thank you.
Back up to you guys.
Okay, Chris Beaver there, the trainer and part owner of What Up G, winner of the 7th race. I don't know if did we miss the rundown?
Might have missed the rundown. I believe we did. Unofficially, I have the 6 What Up G as the winner. The 1, OU Stacy, was 2nd to 3. Rose Run Yancey was 3rd, and the 4, Sister Charlie, finished 4th.
Okay, that is
we did miss
unofficial.
The rundown, yes. 29, 59, and 3, 128 and 2, 158. What Up G, Aaron Merriman, I believe gate to wire, front end speed really holding up here today.
Yes, absolutely. Well, let's take a short break, and then we'll be back for race number 8.
This Little Brown Jug Look Back is brought to you by Dublin Valley Farms.
In 1966, Little Brown Jug drew a field of 12 for a purse of $74,616.69. The single division was won by Romeo Hanover, trained by Jerry Silverman, and reined by George Schulte. Finishing second was Good Time Boy with Jimmy Laurent, followed by Silent Bird for Vernon Dancer in 201 and 2.
And Romeo Hanover is drawing away. It's Romeo Hanover. He's moving out now to lead by 4 lengths round the turn. Bonjour Hanover is second, Silent Bird third, and here comes Good Time Boy on the outside. Romeo Hanover by 4 into the stretch, but Good Time Boy is coming at him. It's Romeo Hanover. Good Time Boy is closing, but it's Romeo Hanover in the first heat of the Little Brown Jug.
The second and final heat went to Romeo Hanover and Schulte in 1:59.3, defeating Good Time Boy and Bonjour Hanover, driven by Stanley Dancer.
It's Romeo Hanover with the lead, Niagara Bird on the outside, and Clay third along the rail. And here comes Bonjour Hanover, 3 wide and flying as they go to the 3/4. They're at the 3/4 in 1:29.2. It's Romeo Hanover with the lead. Bonjour Hanover is second, and here comes Good Time Boy once again. It's Romeo Hanover by 3 lengths, turning for home. Bonjour Hanover second, but Good Time Boy is coming on at her. Into the stretch, Romeo Hanover by 3. Good Time Boy up on the outside second, and Bonjour Hanover third. It's Romeo Hanover and Good Time Boy, and Romeo's drawing away. Romeo Hanover wins the Little Brown Jug.
Romeo Hanover went on to win the Triple Crown for Pacers, the Cane, the Messenger, and the Little Brown Jug.
This Little Brown Jug Look Back has been brought to you by Dublin Valley Farms, Volstead, Enterprise, Coach K. Hanover, Ohio's top trotter stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's first crop is led by Ohio Sire Stakes champion Sugar Instead, and Jurassic Hattie, the winner of the next generation. Enterprise, nearly half of his starters are winners. And Coach K. Hanover, the son of world record holder Wallner, is the newest stallion at Dublin Valley Farms. Dublin Valley Farms. See our yearlings at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Number 3, Fear of the X. The driver, Austin Hanners. Number 4, This Is the Day with James Day. Number 5, Rockin' Rael and Hank Levan. Number 6, Meadowland Polly with Mark St. Louis Jr. Number 7, She's a Dancing Fool and Chris Page. And Robin Hill High, Cam McCowan in the sulky.
Okay, so that was the post parade for the 8th race. We're like a little newsroom here. We just got some breaking news. Frank Frost came in with breaking news. Ohio connections going to the Mohawk Million. Ohio's 2-year-old trotting colt champion Tennessee Tom will be racing in the Mohawk Million this coming Saturday at Mohawk Raceway. Greg Luther owns the slot for the $1 million race and has worked out a partnership with Mark Weaver and the Burke Brigade to showcase this Ohio bred on the big stage. This horse will be driven by his regular driver and Ohio native Chris Page. So kind of exciting news that Tennessee Tom is going to the Mohawk Million.
In big races, I think Matt's keeping an eye on what's going on at the Red Mile. Big races today at the Red Mile.
There are a bunch. I haven't really checked. I just saw that Geocentric won for the Brian Brown stable.
Brown.
So she's still undefeated and looks unbeatable still.
Yeah.
She's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, there is just some great horses with Ohio connections, and now we're hearing that Tennessee Tom headed to the Mohawk Milling, so best wishes for the Luther stable.
Well, Susan, the 8th race, the Bob Roberts Memorial 2-year-old filly, Ohio Fair Racing Conference. This is the 3rd division for $5,480. We're going to scratch the 2. Sia Sophia, beginning with a 1. The biggest affair, David Ward drives for David Warnstaff, who owns and trains the 2-year-old bay filly by Big Bad John out of the Towner's Big Guy mare. Biggest affair in town. 9 starts, yet to find a winner. Circle has 2 thirds, 3,100. Last time out at Upper Sandusky, finished 6th. Beaten 8.5, clocked in 2:02.
The 2 Sia Sophie is a scratch. The 3 Fear the X, Austin Hanners up for trainer Brett Schwartz. Brett owns this horse along with Brian Lyric. This is a Fear the Dragon filly out of a Big Bad John mare. 11 starts this year, 2 wins, 2 seconds, and a third. Fastest of those wins was 2 minutes and 4/5 at Piketon.
Our post-time favorite now is the 4. This is the Day. James Day trains and drives the Bay filly by Fear the Dragon. This a $4,000 purchase last fall at the Buckeye Classic sale, which is coming up. 7 times a winner this year. A 2 2/3, 24,000, 59 and 3 at Greenville. The 4. This is the Day.
Rockin' Ray L. and Hank Levan have the 5-hole. Hank is also the trainer. Levan Stables, M. Levan, R. Levan, and A. Hefflinger are the owners. This is a Fear the Dragon out of a Rock and Roll Hanover mare. 16 of 18 first, seconds, or thirds this year. Has already earned $23,000. Has a mark of 2 minutes and a 5th at Richwood and is sitting 4th in the Ohio Fair Championship point standings.
Mark St. Louis Jr. drives number 6 Meadowland Polly for Mike Metters, and Tamar Hoovler of Pataskula, the Bay filly by Lost for Words out of the Nobleland Sam mare. Meadowland Nobles Tam, a winner once, has a third, 6,000, 205 and 2 at Mansfield.
She's a Dancing Fool and Chris Page have the 7-hole. Steve Bowder is the trainer for Cool Wind Farms from Lima, Ohio. This is a filly by Dancing Yankee out of an Art Major mare. 10 starts this year, no wins, but her last 2 starts, she raced at Hoosier Park and was finished 3rd and 5th, timed in 58 and 58 and 1.
Rounding out the field, 8 Robin Hill High, Cam McCowan for Brian Boring. 2-year-old Bay filly by Nob Hill High was a $10,000 purchase as a yearling. 10 starts, has a 2nd, 1/3. 3,600 in earnings. Last time out, finished 7th. That was a Montpelier, clocked in 209 and 3. That's the field for the 8th. Going to scratch the 2, Sia Sophia. Austin Hanners driving a 3. Fear the X is looking for his 2nd win of the day, as well as Chris Page. His 2nd win could come behind the 7. She's a Dancing Fool.
As we said, we've got 2 horses in here that are high in the standings for the Fair Championship. This is the Day sitting 3rd, and Rockin' Ray L sitting 4th.
And the Fair Championships will be October 14th on a Saturday evening at Northfield Park, and they're 50,000 this year, I believe.
Yes, yep. Quite an increase. They were 40,000 last year, so increased to 50,000. That's a really nice perk at the end of a hard fair season.
So the field has been called to the gate. Mike Wepkenberg, our official starter here. You get to see his gate there. He just finished that gate Thursday. So today is the first it was ever used right here at the Little Brown Jug. Gates rolling. Let's go to Roger Houston with a call of the 8th.
Pacers are all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing Rockin' Ray Allen. This is the Day, going for that early lead. Fear the X gets away 3rd as they race into the turn. The Biggest Affair races 4th. 5th is Meadowland Polly. To the backside, She's a Dancing Fool, and Robin Hill High trails the field down the backside of the first quarter mark. This is the Day, and James Day showing the way. Rockin' Ray L right there 2nd. Fear the X races 3rd at the first quarter mark. As they race into the turn, off a quarter in 29 and 2. on top of the field and showing the way. This is the day, now by 2 1/4. Rockin' Rael is there second. Fear the X is third. Racing fourth, the biggest affair. Racing fifth, she's a dancing fool. Into the lane, Robin Hill High is seventh. And treading the field as they race over to the halfway point, Meadowland Polly. The field of pacers are halfway home in 59 3. Into the turn, go on to the 5/8. Continuing to show the way and bend there every step. This is the day. Out and moving on the outside, Austin Hanners now third with Fear the X. Closing in on the leaders. Inside, getting the trip, Rockin' Ray L. Racing fourth, the biggest affair, David Ward starts to look for some daylight. Racing fifth, She's a Dancing Fool as they race over to the 3/4 mark. 1:28 2, 28 4. Third panel, a little more than an 8 to go. It's This Is the Day, commanding by a length and a half. Coming to the outside, Rockin' Ray L. and Hank Levant now second and coming on. Into the stretch they come. This Is the Day, Rockin' Ray L. on the outside second. Coming to the wire, it's all This Is the Day. Rockin' Ray L., the biggest affair. 1:58 3/5.
So This Is the Day, 1:58 3. That is this filly's 8th win of the year out of 14 starts.
A $4,000 purchase.
Yeah, that was a bargain,
That was a bargain.
You know, as much as we talk about the horses, you know, that bring a lot of money, there's still a lot of good value out there that you can get a horse at a public auction for not very much, and they come on and do really, really well.
Judges are looking at the action going to the first quarter. Inquiry sign is posted against anybody at this time.
So having an inquiry on this 8th race, unofficially, This Is the Day was first, Rockin' Ray L second, and the biggest affair third. But as we said, there is an inquiry. So
A lot of times to look, I don't know, if especially in a trotting race, we have some breakers. I don't know if somebody made a break here or what, and caused maybe somebody to go off stride. I don't know. But they got to look at everything, you know.
Yep. And I think as a rule, they kind of look at whenever somebody makes a break, they kind of go back and look at that a little extra
Our
carefully.
presiding judge back after years absent, I believe, John Yinglinger is back. He went out west. He's joined up there in the judge's stand by Tom Hope, who is from Greenville, Ohio, who works as an associate judge at Hoosier Park, and our close friend John Wiest, who does a lot of county fairs. He's from the Dayton area.
Whose sister also checked in on him today.
She
Just so
checked
we
in
know.
on him today.
Yeah.
Kim, I believe, is
Kim.
her name.
She always checks in on our broadcasts for.
So it looks as though this is the day. 29 2, 59 3, 128 2, home 58 3 will be a lifetime mark, and as Susan mentioned, the 8th of the year for This Is the Day.
Shot of the new tote board. You can see on your screen out there. It's a little smaller than the ones in the past one, and it's angled a little bit differently. So.
For those of the fans not here today, but probably coming later in the week, Wednesday or Thursday, underneath the grandstands, they did a fabulous job. All new restrooms, men's and ladies, three times as big, probably. Yeah. They lost a few mutual tellers, but they added a lot of self-betting machines, which will be nice for the fans.
Yeah, and if you are coming out sometime this week, make sure you stop by the OHHA tent on the backstretch, where it's the tent right next to the log cabin, between the log cabin and the...
Eat your breakfast there. Get a cup of coffee, good donut.
We got... we ran out. Went through 10 dozen donuts this morning by about...
But how many will it be Thursday then? How many dozen?
16 dozen we'll bring on Thursday.
16 dozen.
Yeah.
First come, first serve.
Yes. Yep.
And they very well could be emptied out by 10
o'clock. Yes, absolutely.
Because the crowd gets here early on Thursday.
We will have on Wednesday and Thursday, we'll have the speaker series in the tent. That always drives a lot of people in. So here's the official.
4516, unofficial. Inquiry sign is still posted.
So we still are waiting for that inquiry.
Nobody's really flashing. 4516, the inquiry sign. So just hard to tell what they could be. Nothing really caught my eye.
Your attention, please. The inquiry is on number 1, the biggest affair. The inquiry is on number 1, the biggest affair. Moving into the winner's circle, the winner, the Bob Roberts Memorial Ohio Fair Racing Conference 2-year-old filly pace, number 4, This Is the Day. Power Play Racing 87 of Medina, Ohio, James Day trains and drives. 2-year-old filly by Fear the Dragon, a Rock's Confession. Home a winner in a lifetime best, 158-3.
And the caretaker for the 4, This Is the Day, Hannah Day. Well, this is the Bob Roberts Memorial, brought to you by Brian and Jennifer Brown. In the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation, Bob Roberts Jr. The Bob Roberts Memorial goes to This Is the Day, and his son, Bob Roberts Jr., is in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the.
Well, I think we'll just take a short break, and then we'll come back, and if we find out the results of the inquiry, we will let you know, but we'll take a short break before this 9th race coming up.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out, Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Inquiry sign still posted. They say it's on the 1, the biggest affair. So it must be in the opening quarter, what we were told. I'm thinking the biggest affair got around 4th or 5th out of the gate.
I think we'll let's send it down to Frank Frost, who has a guest.
Son, and BJ, it's got to be, an honor for you to be able to present the trophy in your dad's memory.
Absolutely. That was so nice. This has been such an honor to be able to have this happen, and it's kind of last minute, but I mean, just be able to have his name on something and for a race, especially a fair race where it was very competitive, that means a lot to us.
Now, your dad was a trainer, a driver back then, drove Striking Sabra as a 2-year-old. Tell us a little bit about some of your dad's accomplishments.
Well, right out of college, my dad got a job with Stanley Dancer. After that, came home, worked on his own stable with his father for a while. Was with Howard Beisinger for a number of years. He was all around kind of the last of a dying breed, really, because he was around the Hall of Famers when there was a whole lot of class, and it meant really something to be out there with somebody and driving these horses. A couple Hambletonian drives, won a heat of the Adios out at the Meadows, was a top driver at the Meadows for a number of years, so it's been surreal. So
no doubt you were following in those footsteps and getting into the horse business then.
I was doing my best, and after he passed, I'm kind of taking a break right now, trying to get myself organized and situated until I can really come at this with a lot of passion and a lot of heart like I used to. He always said that this is one thing that you can't do for a paycheck, and I started finding myself doing that. So just a little break, and want to really get back into it here in the next couple years.
Well, we're missing you out on the fair circuit. What are you doing now?
Right now, I'm actually working at Otterbein University as a stable assistant. Doing a lot of farrier and blacksmithing jobs, using everything that he's taught me, and doing a lot of carpentry work actually. So that's been a lot of fun.
Well, thank you for joining us. Good luck, and we look forward to seeing you back on the track soon.
Oh, thank you so much for having us. It really means the world to me.
Back up to you guys.
Here's our rundown if we can get it from Roger.
220, 210. The 5, Rockin' Rael, 320, 260. The 6, Meadowland Polly, 820. $1 Perfecta, $3.80. 50-cent Try, $20.25. 50-cent Super, $37.75. Number 1, The Biggest Affair, finished third, placed 7th. Interference going to the quarter. The 2 was scratched. The 3, Fear of the X, 5, placed 4. The 4, This Is the Day, the winner. The 5, Rockin' Rael, 2. The 6, Meadowland Polly, 4, place 3. The 7, She's a Dancing Fool, 6, place 5. The 8, Robin Hill High, 7, place 6. Top Down, place 7. Scratch, place 4. 1, 2, place 3. Place 5, place 6 on the bottom. The mile 158, 3/5.
Okay, so those are your results for race number 8 with the placings. And we're going to move on to race number 9. Nice to see B.J. Roberts again. We haven't seen him for a while, so nice that he was here today and got to talk to him.
So, Susan, it'll be the 9th race up next. 3-year-old colt in Gilding Trot for $20,000, Buckeye Stallion Series. We'll take a look at all 8 when we come back after this break.
We have a break?
Oh, already took our break.
Took it. Okay. Oh, that's right.
Okay.
We did.
So, we'll look at this field of 8, starting with a 1, Freeborn, Trevor Smith for Miles Woolham. Bob Troyer owns a $12,000 yearling purchase 2 years ago. 3-year-old Bay Gold, son of Watt the Hill. Winner 3 times, 3 seconds, $48,000. 115 lifetime, 54 and 4 Sauda Downs, a 1 Freeborn.
Great career, and Brett Miller have the 2-hole. The trainer is Berlin Brower, who also co-owns this horse along with Gilbert Short. This is a creatine colt out of a Pine Chip mare. It's got 14 starts this year, 1 win. That was in 57-2 at Miami Valley Raceway.
Doc Holliday will drive number 3, Romeo's Dream. Ken Holliday looking for his 2nd win of the day. He won the 3rd race earlier today. 3-year-old Bay Gelded son of His Highness, Norm Robbins, trains, owns in partnership with Susan Irene Robbins. 14 starts, 2 wins. Lifetime, though, 8 wins, 6 wins last year, $106,000 lifetime as a 2-year-old, 57-1 at Sauda Downs.
Commando Tom and Mike Meckel. Do you know how to say that?
McAuliffe, I believe.
McAuliffe. Okay, thank you, Doug. Mike McAuliffe will drive Commando Tom. Mike is also the trainer. Tracy McAuliffe and Anthony Formoso are the owners. This is a long Tom out of a CR Commando mare. 10 starts this year, 1 win. That was at Sauda Downs in 57-1, and that is his lifetime mark.
Don Irvine Jr., the 5, Republic Return. Rosie Weaver trains through the Bay Golded son of Global Republic. Rosie owns a partnership with Heartland Acres. A winner 3 times this year, 13 wins last year. As a 2-year-old, $31,000 this year, 114 lifetime, 156 at Sauda Downs for the 5, Republic Return.
Sunrise Hill and Aaron Merriman will leave from the 6th spot. Chris Beaver is the trainer and co-owns this horse along with Marion Beachy and Steve Z. Handler. This is a What the Hill out of an Iron Duke mare called Sunrise Nibbles. 12 of 18 first, seconds, or thirds this year has earnings of $39,000 this year, $59,000 lifetime, a mark of 157 flat at Scioto Downs.
7, Send Rip. Sandy Beatty trains and drives. The 3-year-old Bay got a son of Triumph at Caviar. It was owned by R. Wallace. Horseplay Racing. S. Alice and R. Miller. 2 wins and 12 starts. Has a second, 22,000, pushing 23. 56-1 earlier at Scioto Downs.
Mr. Roofer and Kurt Sugg have the 8-hole. Edward Miller is the trainer. Rebecca Sugg is the owner. This is a Mr. Anson out of a classic photo mare. Has 22 starts this year. 9 wins, 4 seconds, 2 thirds, $72,000 plus in earnings, and a mark of 157. So Mr. Roofer certainly knows how to win races.
That's a look at the field for the 9th. 3-year-old Colt Trot, Buckeye Stallion Series for $20,000. Post-time favorite right now would be the 1, Freeborn, currently at 2-1.
And Freeborn is sitting 10th in the Buckeye Stallion Series points right now, and Romeo's Dream is sitting 6th.
We'll go to the post parade here for the 9th race with Roger Houston.
Horses are coming to the track. The 9th race, Midwest Harness Report, Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. And these are the horses for race 9. The 1, Freeborn, the driver, Trevor Smith. The 2 is Great Career with Brett Miller. The 3 is Romeo's Dream with Ken Holiday. The 4, Commando Tom, Mike McAuliffe. Number 5, Republic Return with Don Irvine Jr. Number 6, Sunrise Hill, the driver, Aaron Merriman. Number 7 is Send Rip with Sandy Beatty. And number 8, Mr. Roofer, Kurt Sugg in the sulky.
Well, there you had the post parade for the 9th. Doc Holliday drives the 3, Romeo's Dream. Ken Holiday looking for his second win of the card. Aaron Merriman, the 6, Sunrise Hill, looking for his second. No drivers have doubled up on the day so far. Big day tomorrow, I believe 19, Susan. Post time will be at 1. OHHA broadcast will take off about 12:45, but they're probably, Frank will have a guest before that, I assume.
Yes, he just handed me a note and said he's heading back to the backside to firm up that guest tomorrow. So that'll be probably at 11. We'll have the trackside live and then come back at 12:40 for countdown to post, and then post time at 1.
Tuesday, I think 16, but it's 1 o'clock
Oh,
post.
okay.
I believe it's 16 Tuesday, 1 o'clock post, somewhere that number, 16 to 18, but it's 1 o'clock post. And then we go an hour early on Jugette Day. It will be a post time of noon for the 53rd running of the Jugette. Thursday, the big day, noon post time, 78th running of the Little Brown Jug. Unofficially, Jay Wolf had mentioned earlier this morning, right now, there would be 2 divisions of 8, unless there's more entries, and the box closes tomorrow, I assume, at 10.
Okay.
And so right now there are 16 horses.
That's a lot.
They drew the Jugette this morning, and what I had heard, it was 6 and 5. So with 11, they would have to go 2 divisions, so it'd be 6 and 5. I assume the top 4 would come back. That's for the Jugette.
Be some great races for that. I know we're Frank's also been talking to some people that have entered, trying to get them to be in our speaker series on Wednesday and Thursday morning. So we will have that. If you're here live, you can come back to the OHHA tent, but next to the log cabin. But if not, we're going to broadcast those live on our Facebook page. The complexion of this fairgrounds will change on Thursday, won't it?
Oh, yes.
I mean, it's
See
kind
a
of
lot. There's a nice crowd here today, but
yeah.
Thursday there will not be an empty seat in that grandstand. As we mentioned earlier, if, coming Wednesday or Thursday, which many of you are, I'm sure it's out there watching the broadcast today, will be here in person. You'll really like the changes you see underneath the grandstand, the look, and then we got a new tote board here going in the first turn. They kind of angled that somewhat on a 45, so the big tent, I call it the clubhouse tent, pavilion tent, which they sell Wednesday and Thursday. They get a good look at that odd board. So, and also, if you haven't got a ticket yet, I'm sure there's tickets available. Go to 800-DEL-FAIR, 800-DEL-FAIR, seats in the grandstand and chairs out front. I know I'm just going to throw a price out there. Used to be $30, $35. Box seats, I've been told, are $80 for a seat. You can sit at the top of the stretch. I don't know. I don't want to throw a figure out there. You get a free program, free meal, and things like that, monitors. And as we look in I call the clubhouse, the pavilion tent in the first turn, that's a little more expensive. I'm sure that's a little more higher end meal than you will get at the tent at the top of the stretch. You have TV monitors, bedding windows. And then you have the paddock tent on the backside where you can watch them come off of that first turn, head down the backside. So whatever suits you, there's something here for everybody at Delaware.
Yeah, I think there's like you said, a price for everybody. You know, if you want to go get a walleye sandwich and sit in the grandstand, you can do that. Or in the clubhouse pavilion, I believe that tickets for Thursday are $260 each. But
I believe you're right.
You get to eat.
And then
You have breakfast, lunch, and dinner,
Yes.
and snacks in between, so you get to eat all day.
I know for a lot of years, I would always sit I get it right across the way here on one of the benches. So my friend and I had come every year. 8-10. Well, it was a year Wiglet Jiglet, and Lost for Words, I believe. We decided to go to the tent here at the top of the stretch, which was very nice. Free program and meals and drinks, but we didn't get to see the finish. We missed the best part. And, when Wiglet Jiglet came past us that day, he was beat.
Yeah.
There's no way he's going to win that race. But he won it. It's not over till it's over.
That was one of the greatest.
Yeah.
I
That
think,
was one of my greatest.
Yeah.
Probably the biggest jug that I really enjoyed was Life Sign for Gene Regal.
Oh, okay.
In '93, Gene had a chance really to win it 3 years. Arch Place had to scratch sick. I think it was Precious Bunny and Arch Place would go head-to-head all year, and Arch Place was sick. And then Western Hanover, he just got photoed out the following year for Gene at the wire. Bill Fay drove him, and Life Sign and John Campbell, that was a big one. So Gene Regal got his win.
Yeah, there's so many great races. My first jug ever was the Wiglet Jiglet, and I thought, well, this is a pretty good race.
My first jug would have been Roger Houston's first jug that he called. Was Rum Customer.
Oh, wow.
So I missed a day of school, so we had to write an article about, and mine would have been about Rum Customer winning the jug.
Oh, how neat. That's very cool.
I think I got a good grade. I'm not much of a writer. I'm probably a better speaker than a writer.
But when you're writing something like that you really like, it's easier to write about it. We got the horses are kind of milling around out here. They must be.
A couple Northfield drivers as I look out the window here. Kurt Sugg and Chris Lems. Aaron Merriman, he gets around a little bit of everywhere.
Yeah.
You can't really call him a Northfield, Scioto, or no, those are his two primary tracks in Ohio, but he'll be at the Meadows in the afternoon and get to Northfield or Scioto at night. How he does it, I have no idea.
Yeah, the schedule he keeps. When we were at Super Night on a week ago Saturday for the finals of the Ohio Sire Stakes and the 2 Grand Circuit races, and one of the drivers missed. He took a commercial flight. The other drivers, Yannick Gingras and a few, Tim Tinktrick, I think they took a private plane, so they were racing at Yonkers in the afternoon, took a private plane, got there for Scioto at night, but I can't remember who it was, but took a commercial flight and didn't quite make it. So these guys do get around.
Oh, yeah. One of the best I ever heard, I think it was David Miller, 4 or 5 years ago, started out, say, at Yonkers, and how far apart they would be. I'm going to guess 20, 30 miles at the most, probably. He would get in a helicopter. He won a couple at Yonkers. Get in a helicopter, go to the Meadowlands and drive. Get in a helicopter, go back to Yonkers and drive.
Oh, wow.
That's just unreal.
Yeah.
David Miller, an Ohio boy from Troy, Ohio.
I'm sure he'll be here later on this week.
They're all probably at the Red Mile today.
Mm-hmm.
The big race should be getting ready to go off. Their final of their Sire Stake.
Well, we have, it looks like the Webkenberg starting gate is on the move, so it looks like the horses will be headed over there. That's from the rail out. We've got Freeborn and Trevor Smith. Great Career with Brett Miller. Romeo's Dream and Doc Holliday. Commando Tom, Mike McCaffrey. Republic Return, John Irvine Jr. Sunrise Hill, Aaron Merriman. Send Rip and Hugh Beatty. Mr. Roofer and Kurt Sugg from the outside. Let's turn it over to Roger Houston for the call of this Buckeye Stallion Series 3-year-old colt trot.
Horses approaching the Midland Acres starting gate. Trotters are all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting. That's Sunrise Hill going right out for the lead. Freeborn on the inside, and the battle's early on as they race into the turn. Closing the gap, Republic Return. Now third, Off Stride, Great Career. On to the backside, Sunrise Hill's going to take a seat fourth. Down the backside, going to the first quarter mark. Freeborn with the lead by a length and 3/4. Republic Return is here second. Racing third as they race by the opening quarter in 27 4/5. As they race around the turn, go on to the 3/8 mark. Off Stride goes Mr. Roofer. As they race around the turn, now third is Sunrise Hill. Fourth on the inside, Romeo's Dream. Out and moving on the outside, now fifth and coming on, Mike McAuliffe with Commando Tom. Tipping to the outside as well, that's Send Rip. Back to trotting. That's Mr. Roofer. And treading the field, Great Career. The half, 57-1, 29-2. Second panel on to the backside and the 5/8 mark. The leader remains Freeborn by a length and 1/4. Right there, second is Republic Return. Racing third, Sunrise Hill. Out and moving on the outside, fourth. Here comes Sin Rip. Now fourth and closing with every stride. Into the turn, Commando Tom is fifth. 3/4, 1:26 and 4, 29 and 3, third panel. Midway around the final turn, Freeborn is opened up by length and 3/4. Republic Return is there second. Sin Rip continues to close on the outside third. Racing fourth, Sunrise Hill. Through the stretch, it's all Freeborn and Trevor Smith drawn away. Sin Rip, Republic Return. The mile, 1:56, 2/5.
There you have it, 56 and 2. Freeborn Trevor Smith for Miles Woolham, fourth of the season. 27 and 4, 57 and 1, 26 and 4. You had something to root for there, St. Rip.
That was he raced. I own just a teeny tiny piece of St. Rip, but he raced really good.
Yes, he did. Came first up, just couldn't quite reach the winner. St. Rip, owned by R. Wallace, Horseplay Racing Stable, S. Ellis, and R. Miller. Good way to get in the sport.
That was
with that fractional ownership.
Yeah. Yep, that was very exciting. He's had 2 seconds and 2 wins in his last 4 starts. But Freeborn, from the rail, Trevor Smith, was sitting 10th in the Buckeye Stallion Series, so this should keep him in that final.
Tenth race coming up will be a big one. Roger Houston's 183,000 will be his 183,000th race call. And I'm going to guess his first was probably at Wilmington Matinee, would be my guess.
Gosh.
When his uncle Don was the announcer, took him along. Don said, I got to go to the restroom. I'll be back. You might have to do the post parade. Well, Don never showed back up, and Roger started to call the races.
Gosh. It's kind of neat, too, that it's one of the amateur races because he was.
Yes, that he
like
mentioned
to do that.
Yes, he used to do that. Let's go to the winner's circle with Roger.
Best harness report, Buckeye Stallion Series, 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot, number 1, Freeborn. Bob Troyer, Middlefield, Ohio. Miles Woolham, the winning trainer. Trevor Smith in the sulky. The 3-year-old Gelding, but what the hill at a fancy step. A winner, 1:56, 2/5.
It's like Freeborn's not crazy about the flowers or something.
And the caretaker for the 1, Freeborn, Kara Mansberg. This 9th race, trophy by Midwest Harness Report. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Midwest Harness Report, Sherwin Hunter Wright.
Okay, we're sort of waiting for the
In
rundown.
the
Here we go.
9th race, number 1, Freeborn, 240, 210, 210. The 7, Sin Rip, 520, 360. The 5, Republic Return, 520. The $1 Perfecta, $9.40, 50-cent Try, $31.30. 50-cent Super, $110.70. 50-cent Pick 4, 4 of 4, pays $18.75. Number 1, Freeborn, the winner. The 2, Great Career, 8. The 3, Romeo's Dream, 6. The 4, Commando Tom, 5. The 5, Republic Return, 3. The 6, Sunrise Hill, 4. The 7, Sin Rip, 2. The 8, Mr. Roofer, 7. Top down, 186, 534, 27 on the bottom. The mile, 1:56, 2/5.
Noticed on our screen when they give the payoffs, they give what the total wagered on that race was 44,000. So that was pretty good wagering on that race.
Wow.
I noticed earlier in the day, 28,000. I talked to Jay Wolf earlier before we began today, and I said, "Would you like to have 225 today?" And he said, "I'd be very happy with 225." So, with the looks of those figures, they're definitely going to hit that. So it's on to the 10th. United States Trotting Association Tim Fouts Memorial Standardbred Driving Championship for amateurs. Scratch the 7, Billy Lincoln. Jose Rotker, I should say, will drive the 9, Meadowland Brutus, and Jose Rotker from Spain. So it's scratched down to a field of 8, but we still will have the trailer, Meadowland Brutus.
Let's take a short break, and we'll come back for the 10th.
Home to the most renowned week of racing in the United States, the Delaware County Fair needs no introduction among horsemen. The first fair was held in 1834 as a common exhibition of livestock and farm products. However, in 1946, the fair would be completely transformed by the creation of the Little Brown Jug. Local attorney Joe Neville and Hank Thompson, sports editor of the Delaware Gazette, changed the game of harness racing forever. Neville, concerned by the emphasis placed on trotters, turned towards showcasing pacers. Receiving its name through a newspaper contest, the initial Little Brown Jug had a purse of $35,000 and was won by Ensign Hanover, with Delaware's Curly Smart driving. 27,000 people watched the inaugural race. Today, record attendance stands at 56,000 spectators. The Little Brown Jug is the final leg for the Pacing Triple Crown. Both the Jug and Jugette are the last Grand Circuit races to go multiple heats in one day. Delaware County Fair is a member of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. They host 5 full days of the best and biggest county fair races.
The roots of harness racing are born at the county fairs. For over 150 years, people have gathered to watch horses battle it out for fame and glory. Catch the thrills this summer at an Ohio Fair Racing Conference County Fair. The OFRC races at 21 fairs in 19 Ohio counties. Trotters and pacers put it all on the line to be called the best in the Buckeye State. The Ohio Racing Conference, where the path to greatness begins.
Okay, so the 10th race coming up is the Tim Fouts Memorial Driving Championship. As we mentioned earlier today, there are 15 amateur clubs that are listed on the USTA website, and each club is eligible to send a representative to the championship, which is this 10th race. So, and Doug has a list of what clubs they are from.
Mackenzie Sowers represents the Casco Drivers Club. Eddie Miller, the Great Lakes Amateur Driving Association. Matt Zucchilero, Ewing Driving Club. The Maine Amateur Driving Club is represented by Todd Whitney. Neil Glass represents Meadowlands Amateurs Driving Club. Tony Dinges, U.S. Harness Drivers Club. The Yonkers Harness Driving Club is represented by Robert Ciavardini. The Ocean Club at Ocean Downs, Wyatt Long. And representing the American Harness Drivers Club, Dakota Jackson. And we do have a change, though, in the 10th race. The 9, Meadowland Brutus. From Spain, Jose Rotker will drive the 9, Meadowland Brutus, trained by Urbana's Jimmy Byers.
And the 7 is a scratch.
7's a scratch, Billy Lincoln.
So let's look at some of the horses in this race. The 1 is Rose Run Exiled. Wyatt Long, 19 years old, will drive for trainer Steve Carter. This is a 4-year-old Macardo. It's had 50 lifetime starts, 12 wins, $214,000 in earnings, and a mark this year as a 4-year-old of 150-3.
2, Mango, Mackenzie Sowers drives 4 starts this year, 2/3, 178,000 lifetime, 150-3 at Lexington for the 2 Mango. Here's a post parade with Roger.
Fouts Memorial Standardbred Driving Championship. And these are the horses. Number 1, Rose Run Exile. The driver, Wyatt Long. Number 2 is Mango with Mackenzie Sowers. Number 3, Meadowland Terror, Tony Dinges. Number 4, Big Bad Mike, the driver, Todd Whitney. Number 5, Louie, Dakota Jackson. Number 6 is Southern Winds, Robert Ciaffarini, the driver. Number 7 is Scratched. Number 8, Pacer Racer, Matt Zuccarello. And number 9, Meadowland Brutus, Jose Rutger in the sulky. Horse will take 1 score and go to the gate. Scratch the 7, Billy Lincoln in. Jose Rutger drives the 9, Meadowland Brutus.
Okay, we were left off with Mango. Something I noticed about that horse is he's 7 years old and has only had 22 lifetime starts, which is kind of unusual. Did not start in 2022 at all, but from those 22 lifetime starts, he had earnings of $178,000. So must have won some big races when he was quite young.
4 is Big Bad Mike. Todd Whitney drives. 291,000 lifetime for Big Bad Mike. 6 wins this year, 6 seconds, and a 3rd lifetime mark at Miami Valley of 150 3/5.
Louie Dakota Jackson is up for trainer Mark Winters. Tellum Racing Stable is the owners. It's a 6-year-old Sweet Lou. 95 lifetime starts, 18 wins, $207,000 plus in earnings, and a mark this year as a 6-year-old of 150-4 at Miami Valley.
6 Southern wins. 289,000 lifetime, 52 at Northfield Park for the 6 Southern wins.
The 7 is a Scratch. Pacer Racer, Matt Zuccarelli is the driver. James Byers, the trainer. Vernon Byers is the owner. This is a 6-year-old who has had 137 lifetime starts, $162,000 in earnings, and a mark this year as a 6-year-old, 52-3 at Scioto.
And rounding out the field off the second tier will be the 9 Meadowland Brutus. Jose Rutger drives for trainer Jimmy Byers. 3 times the winner this year, 29 wins lifetime for Meadowland Brutus, $222,151-4 for Meadowland Brutus as a 6-year-old 2 years ago. A lot of them over $200,000. The whole field probably right at $2 million or better in purse earnings, Susan.
It's nice to see these horses getting a chance to keep on racing. And, I mean, some of them are not. There's 4-year-olds. We got 4-year-olds up to 12-year-olds in this.
Yeah. Well, you look at Big Bad Mike. That's a name. If you go to watch Scioto Downs or Hollywood Gaming anywhere, that's a name you hear a lot. He's a claiming horse. The claiming game, they play with him. He was claimed 3 starts in a row.
Yeah, I see that.
That's, a lot of your trainers like the claiming horses. They're ready to race. You can claim one for $30,000. Pretty much know when you put the claim in him, he's going to be able to race the next week. Unless something freak happens, they like that better than buying the yearlings.
Yeah. Well, for those who are, I'm not going to say impatient, but you want to see a return on your money as soon as possible.
Yes.
With the yearlings, it's a long time waiting.
So as we mentioned, the horse is getting ready to go to the gate. This will be Roger Houston's 183,000 race calls, and it happens here at Delaware.
appropriate that it happens at Delaware. Appropriate it's a amateur race. Kind of the stars align for this
and
race.
I'm sure many heard the interview I did with Roger, maybe after the fourth or fifth race, how he got the job to call races here at Delaware. He was a good announcer, but they didn't know his name, knew that voice was out there. And Hank Thompson knew he lived in Xenia, Ohio, and called the operator like there was no cell phones. You call the operator. Give me every Houston you have. Well, I got 7 of them. The first one's Cecil, starts with a C. That was Roger's dad. That's how he got the job in 1967 to come to Delaware, probably as a 26-year-old kid. A dream job.
Well, they are headed to the gate, so we're going to turn it over to Roger for this momentous call.
Back in 1960, as a young announcer, I started keeping track of every race that I announced. From 99 in 2000, or in 1960, this will be race call number 183,000. They're all in behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing. That's Big Bad Mike going for the lead. Men go in between horses, 3 wide into the turn. Pacer Racer on the outside. Rose Run Exiled on the inside. Around the turn, racing 5th. It's Louie. Racing 6th. Meadowland Terror, rough gated into the turn. Down the backside they go, Meadowland Brutus, and trailing the field, Southern Winds as they race over to the first quarter mark. They race over to that first quarter station. And into the turn, off the quarter in 27 3/5. On top of the field, it's Mango with the lead. Hung on the outside, going the long mile is Big Bad Mike. Up on the outside third, that is Pacer Racer with cover. Racing 4th, Rose Run Exiled as they race over to the halfway point. Louie is 5th. 6 is Meadowland Terror on the outside at the half in 56, 28 2. Second panel. On to the backside they go. Continue to show the way. Mackenzie Sowers and Mango lead the way by a length and a half. Rose Run Exiled up the inside. Getting a bit weary on the outside is Big Bad Mike. On the inside, Louie. Lost the late racing room for Dakota Jackson at the 3/4 mark. Into the turn they go. Here comes Meadowland Terror on the move on the outside, 3 wide, 125 2. Around the final turn, 29 2, third panel. On top it's Louie and Dakota Jackson, and he's opened up by 3.5. Outside, Meadowland Terror. On the inside, Rose Run Exile. It's all Louie and Dakota Jackson. 153 4/5.
That mile in 153 4. Dakota Jackson, Louie, they took off.
Very well, probably our fastest mile so far of the week. 53 4, 27 3, 56, 25 2, 53 4. Big Bad Mike and Meadowland Brutus had some rough going as they were come first up the back half and second over for Meadowland Brutus. Closing on the outside, Meadowland Terror, but Louie answered a call and just opened up with each and every stride as they came down the stretch for Dakota Jackson. Dakota Jackson represents the American Harness Drivers Club. 6-year-old Bagel, the son of Sweet Lou. 207,000 lifetime. 150 4/5 this year at Miami Valley. Mark Winters Jr. trains. Tatum Racing Stable of Mount Sterling, Ohio, owned.
Horse was a $100,000 purchase as a yearling. The Standardbred horse sale in Harrisburg. And here comes Louie and Dakota Jackson headed back to the winner's circle. 24 years old, Dakota Jackson is.
This time, moving into the winner's circle, the winner of the 10th race, the United States Trotting Association Tim Fouts Memorial Standardbred Driving Championship, number 5, Louie. Oba Tatham Racing Stable of Mount Sterling, Ohio. Mark Winters Jr., the winning trainer. Dakota Jackson in the sulky. The 6-year-old gelding, but Sweet Lou, out of Mock Around the Clock. Home a winner in 1:53 4/5. Final half 57-4. Final quarter 28-2. Mark Winters Jr., Dakota Jackson, Louie.
And waves his whip in the air, Dakota Jackson. Back in the log cabin earlier today.
And the caretaker for the championship, Louie, Candace Winters.
We do have an objection posted on the board. 5136 unofficial, and an objection has been filed.
So it's an objection instead of a judge's inquiry. Somebody did make an objection. Apparently it might be on the 5.
Objection has been filed by number 1, Rose Run Exiled, against the unofficial winner, Louie.
Well, as they sort that out, as I was just mentioning earlier, back in the log cabin earlier this morning, a lot of the drivers, I believe, Susan, are maybe from Spain in this race, I think. And they had all kind of questions back there. I was just hearing part of the conversation. They race the wrong way of the track.
Oh, okay.
Like we do, the opposite of we do. And they was asking different things, how you come out of the paddock and post-parade and everything.
Oh, interesting.
Yes.
Interesting. Well, we do have an objection here, so why don't we take a short break, and when we come back, they'll have it all sorted out.
For over 50 years, Midland Acres has provided top-quality Ohio-bred colts and fillies. As a third-generation farm with 500 acres of pasture for breeding to boarding and on-site veterinarian care, we understand the importance of delivering well-cared-for and well-mannered yearlings. Get in the winner's circle with the yearlings by Fear the Dragon, Yankee Cruiser, Pet Rock, Long Tom, and Bit of a Legend. Midland Acres, doing our best to bring you the best.
Own a little and love it a lot. TheStable.ca is an award-winning fractional ownership operation. Buy as little as 1% of a racehorse and experience 100% of the thrill. TheStable.ca makes ownership easy, accessible, and affordable. Communication and customer service are at the heart of everything we do. Get started at TheStable.ca.
Well, we're back here at the Delaware County Fairgrounds. Unofficially, Louie was the winner. Second, the 1, Rose Run Exile. Not an inquiry, but a driver's objection. The 1, Wyatt Long, Rose Run Exile, filed a complaint that the 5, Louie, interfered with him. That is Dakota Jackson. Really do not know what the judges are looking at. It's 1 against 5.
Your attention, please. The objection has been disallowed. As posted, 5-1-3-6.
You could hear Roger. The objection is disallowed. So going to the winner's circle shortly will be the 5, Louie and Dakota Jackson. Dakota represents the American Harness Drivers Club. We await the official rundown here. So unofficially, yet the 5, Louie the winner. Second, the 1, Rose One Exile. Third, to 3, Meadowland Terror. And fourth, to 6, Southern Winds. The winner 640, 260, and 220. 680 exacta, 50-cent try, 835. $63.40 for the 5136 Superfecta. Joined now on the set, back with Frank Frost.
It's harder working out there than it is in here. Running around like a chicken without a head.
220. The 1, Rose Run Exile, 210, 210. The 3, Meadowland Terror, 220. The $1 Perfecta, $6.80. 50-cent try, $8.35. 50-cent super, $63.40. Number 1, Rose Run Exiled 2, the 2, Mango 5, the 3, Meadowland Terror 3, the 4, Big Bad Mike 6, the 5, Louie the winner, the 6, Southern Winds 4, the 7 was scratched, the 8, Pacer Racer 7, the 9, Meadowland Brutus 8, top down, 253, 614, scratch 7, 8 on the bottom. The mile, 153, 4/5.
Well, Frank, it's the 11th race. 3-year-old Colton Gilding Trot, Buckeye Stallion Series for $20,000. You did some interviews. You went to the backside. Did you got somebody lined up for tomorrow for your speakers?
We've got Rosie Weaver tomorrow at 11 a.m. for Trackside Live on Monday. Tuesday, it'll be Austin Hanners. Here at 11 a.m. and then 9 a.m. on Wednesday morning, we're going to have the Luther Brothers for the speaker series in our tent. Still working on securing our other final 3 Wednesday, the second one on Wednesday and the 2 on Thursday. So I got to work on those coming up tomorrow. So got those all set. That was part of what I was trying to get done, running all over the place and doing that. So I think we'll take a break and then we'll come back and get set for this 11th. Nope.
We had our break.
We
had our break. So we're going
all right.
Matt Clark is shaking his head no break.
All right. Well, then we'll stick it here.
So it's the 11th race. 3-year-old Colt and Gilding Trot, Buckeye Stallion Series for $20,000. We're going to scratch the 5, Mocha Java. Starting with the 1, Just Be Ian. Austin Hanners drives the 1, Just Be Ian. Austin looking for his second winner of the day. Herman Hagerman trains. Winner twice, 3 seconds, a third. $35,000 this year, 42 lifetime, 55 and 4 at Scioto Downs.
It's funny, I was trying to get Austin for tomorrow, and he goes, sure. And then he goes, nope, can't. I said, oh, okay. He goes, I've got to drive in Ashland. I said, "Oh, you're driving to Ashland?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm driving the first 2 and then turning around and coming back." So he's got committed to 2 in Ashland tomorrow morning. So the number 2 is Rose Run Yowza. Brady Galliers drives for Todd Luther. Greg Luther Racing owns this 3-year-old colt by Long Tom out of the full count mare Count on Cammy. Still looking for that first win. 22 lifetime starts, does have 4 seconds and 3/3. Has hit the board, though, in 2 of the last 3.
Frank, the 3 is Asian Zing. Don Irvine Jr. for Rosie Weaver. Rosie owns a partnership with Heartland Acres. 98,000 lifetime, 55 this year, 55 winning time at Northfield Park for the 3 Asian Zing.
Amaretto Andy, Kevin Snyder will drive for Kim Daly. Hasn't won since August 3rd at Xenia, but has hit the board in 10 straight. Has 3/3 in a row.
6 is Muscle On. Aaron Merriman looking for his second win on the card. Drives for Jeff Conger, the 3-year-old Bay Colt by Watt the Hill. Winner 3 times this year, 25,000, 55 and 4 at Northfield Park.
The number 7 is Biden Your Time. Hugh Beatty drives and trains for Roger Wallace, and Larry Riff has won 3 of the last 4, including the last one, which was the $100,000 Ohio Sire Stakes Gray Championship.
That was a big check, $50,000 there that night last Saturday for Biden Your Time. Rounding out the field, 8 Feisty Sam. Matthew Brown owns, trains, and drives this 3-year-old bay-gelded son of a Victory Sam, 7 times the winner this year. 63,000 this year, 56 at Scioto, but saddled with Post 8 Feisty Sam. Been to the winner's circle a lot at the county fairs, but stepping up in class here to Buckeye Stallion Series and saddled with Post 8.
Did race in the Buckeye Stallion Series back at Northfield, finished 4th back on August 13th.
Here's a post parade with Roger Houston.
Horses are coming to the track for the 11th race. Budweiser Buckeye Stallion Series 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot. And these are the horses. Number 1, Just Be Ian. The driver, Austin Hanners. Number 2, Rose Run Yowza with Brady Galliers. Number 3 is Asian Zing. The driver, Don Irvine Jr. Number 4, Amaretto's Andy with Kevin Snyder. Number 5 is Scratched. The 6, Muscle On. The driver, Aaron Merriman. Number 7, Biden Your Time with Sandy Beatty. And number 9, Feisty Sam, Matthew Brown in the sulky. Win, play, show, perfecta, try, superfecta wagering, scratch the 5, Mocha Java.
Frank, well, you were back there in Log Cabin area. Did you see the final entries for the Jugette for Wednesday?
Jugette, yes, we have the Jugette right here. We have 11 entries in the Jugette. The first division will go with 5 of them from the post out. It'll be Bellissima Hanover. The number 2 will be Vivian's Dream. The number 3 is Daffled Hanover. And the number 4, Earth, Wind, and Fire. And the number 5 is You Can Do It, Blue Chip. The second heat will have 6 in it, including 3 Ohio breds and the 2 that supplemented in. The number 1 is Zanata. The number 2 is Ohio bred Hey Hey Mama. The number 3 is one of the supplements, Beautiful Seaside, which is also an Ohio bred. The number 4 is Terra Pasta, the winner of the Ohio Sire Stakes Scarlet Championship earlier this month. The 5 is Southwind Bella, and the number 6 is Odds On Hail Mary, another one of the supplements. So that is the field for the 11 that will go to post.
Matt Clark, Terra Pasta, remember that name? You gave me that winner at Scioto a week ago, $187 winner, and neither one of us had $1 on her.
Yeah.
Wait, you told Doug Terra Pasta was going to win
it? He told me
it?
before the race, yeah. And I was actually on break. I could have went and made the bet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Do it.
you two are killing me.
Yeah,
You two are killing me.
She looked amazing down at
Greenville.
to start
Paced in
before
53,
that.
I believe, at Greenville,
Yeah,
correct?
Yeah. And then
Yeah, because she went off and she paid what?
$187.
I wrote it down here because I was doing some research. Yeah, no, 176.60 she paid, but she went off at 87 to 1 odds.
176.
Yeah, 87 to 1 were her odds,
Yes.
and she went off. Unbelievable, though. I mean, to get a paycheck like that and to come back now and you're going to race for the Jugette.
But I mean, you look at the program after she wins, that mile at 53 in Greenville's a big mile.
Yeah, you can. It's funny how you can
yes.
see things
Yeah,
after the
after it
race
happens, yes.
that you didn't see the first time around. There's a look at your number 1, Just Be Ian and Austin Hanners. This is one that's coming off a victory at Scioto Downs. In fact, 2 victories at Scioto Downs. Did place 3rd in the Buckeye Stallion Series on August 3rd at Northfield Park. Rose Run Yowza, the number 2, and Brady Galliers for Greg Luther Racing. Maiden $60,000 purchase at the Ohio Select Sale. Has made $44,986 without a win on her card. Not too shabby.
I was looking at some of the scrolling across the screen there. J.D. Vardell, who keeps us updated on the Grand Circuit. Well, I shouldn't say Grand Circuit today at the Red Mile, but it's their final, the Sire Stakes. The 3-year-old Pacers must be getting ready to go to the gate shortly, so we'll keep an eye on that. Right now, I know talking to Jay Wolf earlier, there were 16 to go postward in the jug, but the box closes tomorrow at 10.
Yeah, that's what he said this morning, is that they had 16 so far, and we'll see how many more enter, and we'll have the draw tomorrow for that. So looking for that. 2 supplements to the jug as well. They had the 2 for the Jugette, now 2 for the jug. Look at Aaron Merriman and the number 6, Muscle On, trained by Jeff Conger. The What the Hill colt is out of Crown Laurel. There's your favorite right now.
Our favorite would be the 7.
Yep, 7.
That's the 8th they're showing, I believe. That is Kevin Snyder,
that's
the 4.
The 4, yeah.
Our favorite is Biding Your Time. And Frank, you mentioned coming off that Scarlet win for $100,000 just a week ago last night at Scioto Downs, 55-2. With a scratch of the 5, Mocha Java, Biding Your Time will slide down and come out of post 6, so that will be some help. Inside speed from the 4, Amaretto Zandy shows gate speed, as well as the 3, Asian Zing. So it'll be interesting to see what Sandy Beatty does with the 7. Our handicappers, Dave Bianconi and Wendy Ross, have picked the 7. Roger Houston goes with the 1, Just Be Ian, coming off of the rail.
And they are ready to roll.
Trotters are out and behind the gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting. Asian Zing going right out for the lead with Just Be In on the inside. Just Be In takes the lead. Dropping in second is Asian Zing. Onto the backside they go. Rose Run Yowza trots third. Here comes Biding Your Time. Sandy Beatty wants up front. He's now third and coming on. Down the backside, going all the way to the top. Racing fifth into the turn, Amaretto's Andy. 6 is Muscle On. Trailing the field, Feisty Sam. Opening quarter, 28-2. As the race around the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field, it's Biding Your Time, and Sandy Beatty in command at the 3/8 mark. Racing second is Just BN. Will take the trip for Austin Hanners. Racing third, Asian Zing. Coming to the halfway point. Rose Run Yowza racing fourth. Fifth on the outside, Feisty Sam at the halfway point. As they race into the turn, go on to the 5/8 mark. Malfunction of the timer. Go on to the half. Up on the outside, Biden Your Time has the lead. Just BN is there second. Here comes Don Irvine Jr. Asian Zing now third, now second, and moving up after the leader. Down the backside they go. Biden Your Time. Asian Zing closing on the outside second. Nose to nose, stride for stride, toe to toe. A little more than an eighth of a mile to go in Ohio. The half was in 57-1. Around that final turn, Asian Zing on the outside, Biden Your Time on the inside, racing third, Just Be In, less than an eighth to go, Biden Your Time on the inside, Asian Zing on the outside, inching away, it's Asian Zing, Biden Your Time, Just Be In. The mile, 1:56-1.
Asian Zing, Don Irvine Jr., Rosie Weaver, 56-1. 11th of the year. Biden Your Time got roughed up a little bit from post 7. Actually post 6 with a scratch of the 5. Hung to the quarter, 28-2, 57-1 at the half. 3/4, 26-3. And Asian Zing, Don Irvine, I believe, come out in the third position, set third most of the mile. Came first up without cover as they headed down the backside, and they were heads apart, as Roger Houston said, matching strides around that final turn, but a deep stretch. Asian Zing got up over probably a tiring Biden Your Time in the final strides. Third was the one, Just Be In.
Biden Your Time, the overwhelming favorite at 1-5, just got challenged around that final turn, and Asian Zing able to pull away and get the victory. 1:56-1 the final time.
So Rosie Weaver, who will be your guest tomorrow, she'll have something to talk about.
Oh, yep, that's see There's that OHHA magic we talk about. We tell them we're going to interview them, and right after we interview them, good things happen. And look at that. It happened up at when we were in Cleveland for the charity night. Interviewed Billy Davis Jr. Went out, won the next race. So here's the call. Here's Roger with the rundown.
At this time, moving into the winner's circle, winner of the 11th race, the Budweiser Buckeye Stallion Series 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot. Number 3, Asian Zing. Rosie Weaver, Beach City, Ohio. Heartland Acres of Ohio. Rosie Weaver, the winning trainer. Don Irvine Jr., the winning driver. The 3-year-old Gelding by Don't You Forget It out of HB Guccio Girl, 1:56. 1/5 for driver Don Irvine Jr. That is his 40th win here at Delaware in his racing career. Moving into a tie in the all-time list with Luke Willett and Harry Fitzpatrick. Don Irvine Jr. now with 40 wins in Delaware, Ohio.
Taker for the 3, Asian Zing, Joe Yoder. This race trophy by the King of Beers.
So there you have it, your winner, Asian Zing, wins for the 11th time in 20 starts this year and has now won 4 of the last 5.
Hall of Famer.
Don Irvine Jr.
This year, Don Irvine Jr.
72 years young. You see him out there right now. We have been through 11 races. No driver, no trainer has doubled up. Kind of nice to spread the wealth around Delaware, I think.
70 cents. 50-cent try, $11.75. 50-cent super, $56.10. Number 1, Just Be In, 3. The 2, Rose Run Yowza, 7. The 3, Asian Zing, the winner. The 4, Amaretto's Andy, 5. The 5 was scratched. The 6, Muscle On, 6. The 7, Biden Your Time, 2. The 8, Feisty Sam, 4. Top down, 371. 5 scratch, 6. 2, 4 on the bottom. The mile, 156, 1/5. No change.
Well, Frank, up next, the 12th race, 2-year-old filly, Ohio Breeders' Championship, sponsored by Country Club Acres for $137,460. Just one division, some good ones, Flying Bullets, Seaside Diva, Rose Run Zoe.
And the OSS champion, Daisy Star, will be in this race.
That was another long shot winner that night, Sam Widger, $60 winner, Daisy Star, who is currently 4th in the standings. We'll be back right after these messages to take a look at this 2-year-old filly Ohio Breeders' Championship.
Cool Winds Farm in Lima, Ohio wishes everyone success with their yearlings and racehorses. Our stallion roster includes the trotter Play Tricks on Me, a fast son of Trixton. Cool Winds also stands proven sire Mr. Apples in the great state of Ohio. Randy and Kim Haynes also stand the only full brother to Some Beach Somewhere, Bring on the Beach, sire of Heart of Chewbacca.
Sun's out, guns out, hot summer fun.
Hot summer fun. Hot summer fun.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set for the 12th of our 15 races on the card. Tomorrow, a big day, 20 races all told. So it's going to be a long day tomorrow, but they're rolling them off pretty quickly here
Tuesday,
today.
I believe we go back maybe to 15 or 16, but I just looked up. 22 Wednesday at noon post time Wednesday. We're at 1 o'clock Monday and Tuesday yet, but Wednesday and Thursday.
Back to noon.
At noon, 22 races carded for Wednesday. The eliminations for the Jugette go races 18 and 19. The final will go the 22nd, so there'll be a little drag there. They'll only, they'll have to give those fillies some time to blow out between races. So Wednesday will be a long day. If you can't make it, join us right here on the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association broadcast.
Yep, Tuesday we'll be back to 16 races on the card, including the big one will be the $131,906 Ohio Breeders' Championship for the 2-year-old colt trotters. So that'll be the big race on that card, and that will feature a couple of the good ones that were...
Frank, let's take a look at this 12th race, Ohio Breeders' Championship. We're going to get a post parade.
Yep, they're on their way out of the gate right now. So
yes,
why don't we do that, and then we'll talk about these horses.
Indianapolis 31, Houston 20, Tennessee 27, Los Angeles 24, Seattle 37, Detroit 31, Atlanta 25, Green Bay 24, Kansas City 17, Jacksonville 9, Buffalo 38, Las Vegas 10. Football scores from this afternoon. Horses are on the track and parading to the post. 12th race, Country Club Acres, Ohio Breeders' Championship, 2-year-old filly pace, $137,460. Number 1, Rose Run Zoe with Tyler Smith. Number 2, Bad Girls Racing, Dan Noble. Number 3, Flying Bullets with Brett Miller. Number 4, Dancing on Glass, Cam McCowan. Number 5, John Shadow, Austin Hanners. Number 6, Beams of the Sun, Trevor Smith. Number 7, Daisy Star. The driver, Sam Widger. That is not the 7. And number 8, Seaside Diva, Chris Page in the sulky.
So there you have the field. Some confusion out there about if the 7 is even out there.
Yeah, I see the 7. Daisy Star, that's our champion of the Scarlet Series. Going to be tough for her today out of post 7, though, but see if Sam Widger can work something out there. Frank, we start with the 1, Rose Run Zoe, Tyler Smith for Ryan Miller. The Bay Phillip will lather up. Winner twice this year, 130,000, 51 and 2 at Scioto Downs. Finished 3rd in the Scarlet Championship last week.
The number 2 is Bad Girls Racing. Dan Noble drives for Ron Potter. This Racing Hill is out of the mare Bad Girls Club. Gail Potter is the owner. 7 starts, 2 wins, and a 3rd. But in a bit of a hot streak right now is 1, 2 of 3.
3, Flying Bullets, Brett Miller for Claire Umholtz, the Brown filly. $150,000 purchase last fall down by the seaside. 3 wins, 2 seconds and a 3rd and 7 starts, 117,000, 53 and 3 at Scioto. Finished 4th in the championship last week.
The number 4 is Dancing on Glass. Cam McGowan drives for Brian Brown. This down by the seaside is out of the Rock and Roll Hanover mare Dreaming Alina. Hutchinson Harness owns this down by the seaside, who has 1 win in 6 starts. That win came in the first leg of the Ohio Sire Stakes earlier this year.
Austin Hanners drives the 5. John Shadow for Jim Arledge Jr. The Bay filly by Big Bad John, who was a Little Brown Jug winner about 15 years ago. 8 starts, has 2 seconds, 41,000 this year. John Shadow finished 6th last week in the championship.
The long shot on the board is the number 6, Beams of the Sun, currently at 22 to 1, or the second longest shot. The number 4 is at 56 to 1. Beams of the Sun is driven by Trevor Smith for trainer Ron Burke, one of his 2 in this race. This down by the seaside is out of Beamer, still looking for that first career win.
7, Daisy Star, Sam Widger for Johnson Hill Jr. and Brett Tarter, the Bay filly by Racing Hill, who was the champion last week, won the $300,000 Scarlet in 52 and 1, has 3 wins and 8 starts, a second, 2/3, 238,000, 52 and 1 last week at Scioto Downs.
You have your winner in the 7 hole. You have your second place finisher from the Sire Stakes Championship in the 8 hole. Seaside Diva, Chris Page drives for Ron Burke. This is also a down by the seaside, has won 4 of 8 starts, hitting the board in 7. The only time it did not hit the board was in the Ohio Sire Stakes back on July 8th, but Seaside Diva won 3 legs of the OSS.
So it's going to be interesting, like you say, Daisy Star and Seaside Diva saddle with that outside post. Widger, an aggressive driver, we try to lead with Daisy Star and find a spot, hoping there's a gap there where we can fall in 4th or 5th. It'll be interesting. We'll know here in about 2 minutes.
Daisy Star, the big winner, collecting the $150,000 check for winning the Ohio Sire Stakes Championship. There's a look at number 7. Daisy Star going by. Also in the shot, number 6, Beams of the Sun, the Ron Burke trainee, owned in part by Knox Services and RAS Racing, both of Ohio, knock services up in Mount Vernon. They also have a piece of the number 8, Seaside Diva.
It's such a big night that the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association presented, and along with Scioto Downs last night, $3.7 million in purse money. $22 million in purse money, I believe, Scioto Downs handed out this year. It's just amazing.
A lot of dollars. That 3.7, yep, at 3.7, the richest night in horse racing history in the state of Ohio. Not harness racing, horse racing history.
Scioto Downs closed last night after a very successful meet. They open up at Dayton Hollywood Gaming a week from Tuesday, the 26th of September. Tuesday through Saturday format, 4 o'clock post each day. Northfield Park still going. They go to the end of the year. They race 4 days a week. Not for sure what days they are slated to race right now. They change throughout the year. Then it starts all over. We go to the 1st of January to Miami Valley, then to Scioto Downs.
Never ends.
Never
ends. It doesn't. But the fair season, we can see the end of that. If you look at that calendar in October down at
Lancaster,
we'll wrap it all up. Field is starting to form on the back stretch for this, the $137,460 Ohio Breeders' Championship for 2-year-old fillies. Starter has called him to the gate. The Mike Wepkenberg starting gate is rolling. We'll send it up to Roger Houston for the call.
Ohio Breeders' Championship, Rose Run Zoe, Bad Girls Racing, Flying Bullets, Dancing on Glass, John Shadow, Beams of the Sun, Daisy Star, and Seaside Diva. And here they come. They're off and pacing. Flying Bullets goes for the lead along with Daisy Star on the outside. Inside, Rose Run Zoe. 3 of them across the track. Backing off, Daisy Star. Into the turn, Bad Girls Racing gets away 3rd. Daisy Star 4th. Dancing on Glass racing 5th. Down the backside, Seaside Diva gets away 6th. Racing 7th, John's Shadow. And treading the field, that is Beams of the Sun. They go over to that opening quarter. As they race into the turn, that quarter in 27 flat. Around the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. The leader is Rose Run Zoe and Tyler Smith showing the way. Racing second is Flying Bullets. Up and moving on the outside. Here comes Sam Widger and Daisy Star as he passes down for the first time, coming to the halfway point. Now 3rd. With the cover on the outside is Seaside Diva as they're halfway home in 55-4, 28-4. Second panel. On to the backside they go. On top of the field, it's Rose Run Zoe with the lead. On the outside, Daisy Star. Inside, looking for daylight as they race down the backside. That is Flying Bullets. On the outside, Seaside Diva and Chris Page, now 4th. Racing 5th. The end of the turn, Bad Girls Racing at the 3/4, 124, 28-1. 3rd panel, a little more than an 8 to go. Rose Run Zoe and Tyler Smith and Cam Mann. Flying Bullets is there 2nd. On the outside, laboring is Seaside Diva. Into the stretch they come. Rose Run Zoe with the lead. Closing on the outside, Flying Bullets. It's Rose Run Zoe, Flying Bullets, Seaside Diva. 1:52, 2/5. Record.
You can hear Roger Houston stakes record. Front end speed holding up all day. The one, Rose Run Zoe, gate to wire, 27, 55-4, 124. Got a breather there that 3rd quarter. 2nd quarter, 52-2, a stakes record for Rose Run Zoe, the 2-year-old bay filly by Lather Up.
OSS champion Daisy Star did not fare well. Near the back of the pack, I think it was either 6th or 7th, not sure.
Sam Widger left the switch, found a hole, found the 4-hole right in front of Brady Galliers before they headed down the backside the first time, but came first up right before the half. And when he came first up, Chris Page is second up with Seaside Diva, who hung on for third, who got third. The winner was Rose Run Zoe, and Flying Bullets, who got away, I believe, second or third for Brett Miller, got up for that second position.
Every year you look at these races and try to predict who's going to be in this situation, the 2-year-old filly pacer of the year. Now you've got, Rose Run Zoe is now going to have about $200,000 in earning, 8 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and 2 thirds. You take a look at Flying Bullets, 8 starts, 3 wins, 3 seconds, and a third is going to be up there in $150,000 range. You take a look at Seaside Diva, has won 4 of 9 starts this year. And you got Daisy Star, which has 3 wins and 9 starts, and top of earnings of $238.
Whoever decides, everybody could have a different opinion on it. I mean, I could easily make the case for the 8 Seaside Diva, finish second, the championship saddle with Post 8 here, and finish third.
Won 3 of the 5 legs of the Buckeye Stallion series.
But when you draw outside here, Post 7 and 8 at Delaware, it is tough, and then especially if you have to come first over.
Trainer Ryan Miller in the ball cap with his winner, Rose Run Zoe.
Breeders' Championship 2-year-old filly pace for a purse of $137,460. Number 1, Rose Run Zoe. Owned by Miller Racing Stable of Greenville. Let It Ride Stables Incorporated of Boca Raton, Florida. Ryan Miller, the winning trainer. Tyler Smith with his 38th win here at Delaware. Now moving into a tie for the 28th spot on the all-time winners list here at Delaware. Rose Run Zoe, 2-year-old filly, but lather up at a crying game. Has just established a stakes record and equaled the track record for 2-year-old filly pacers with a mile. 152 2/5.
So there you go. Ties the track record as well. 152 and 2 for 2-year-old filly pacers.
First crop, I believe. This is the first crop of lather up.
Yep. That it is.
Linnell Stroyer.
So Rose Run Zoe's going to take the short route back to the paddock area. Tyler Smith will take the walk. Ryan Smith has the horse, and they will cut across the infield to get back to the...
Before we go on a break here and look at the 13th, I got a text earlier in the day before we started, and I said I'd give them a shout-out. They're over here in the paddock turn. They've been here from Paulding, Ohio. You know Gus Davis and that bunch from Paulding. They've been coming since 1960 in the paddock there. They have a big bus. 63 years.
Susan mentioned them earlier today. 63 years they have been in the same spot over there, I believe it is, and just enjoying it. Rest of the rundown.
The 5, John Shadow. 8. The 6, Beams of the Sun. 7. The 7, Daisy Star. 6. And the 8, Seaside Diva. 3. Top down, 152. 4, 8, 7. 6, 3 on the bottom.
152 and 2 ties the track record, sets a new stakes record for the number 1 Rose Run Zoe. So we get set now for our 13th. This will be the Buckeye Stallion Series 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trotters going for a purse of $20,000 when we return to the Delaware County Fair right after this.
This Little Brown Jug Look Back is brought to you by Dublin Valley Farms.
With one of the largest crowds ever, 53,390, 22 horses went to the post, split into 3 divisions in the Little Brown Jug. The 3 winners were Gamma Ray, 153-3 with Jeff Fout, Crouch and Mike LaChance, 153-1, and Fake Left won the 3rd elimination for Ron Waples in 154-2. The top 3 in each division returned for the 2nd heat, with a newcomer, Western Hanover, who had finished 2nd behind Fake Left in the 3rd division, was driven by Bill Fay and came home on top.
And the battle's on as it was in the 3rd division. Western Hanover gets the nose in front. Fake Left is 2nd. The outside Gamma Ray, 8th of a mile to go. Fake Left, Western Hanover digs in. Nose to nose. Western Hanover on the outside gets up.
Western Hanover was attempting to be a Triple Crown winner. The conditions required a horse to win 2 heats to be the Little Brown Jug champion. Thus, the 4 winners came back for a 3rd heat. Fake Left, leaving from post 2, cut the mile with fractions of 27, 55-4, 125-2 as Western Hanover sat 3rd. The final quarter saw the 2 battle to the wire in 154-4 with Fake Left, a son of Cam Fella, winning by a nose, thus denying Western Hanover the Triple Crown.
And here comes Western Hanover. Will he be the first horse to win out of a 2-hole trip around the turn? Fake Left the leader. Western Hanover trying to be a Triple Crown winner on the outside. Crouch is 3rd. 8th of a mile to go. Toe to toe, nose to nose. Western Hanover. Fake Left on the inside. Nose to the wire. Here they are! And it's a photo in 154-4. Regardless of the winner, we've got a world's record.
This Little Brown Jug Look Back has been brought to you by Dublin Valley Farms, Volstead, Enterprise, Coach K Hanover, Ohio's top trotter stand at Dublin Valley Farms. Volstead's first crop is led by Ohio Sire Stakes champion Sugar Instead, and Jurassic Hattie, the winner of the next generation. Enterprise, nearly half of his starters are winners. And Coach K Hanover, the son of world record holder Wallner, is the newest stallion at Dublin Valley Farms. Dublin Valley Farms. See our yearlings at the Buckeye Classic sale.
Number 2 is Lash High. The driver, Tyler Smith. Number 3, What the Sky, Trevor Smith. Number 4, Center Prize with Dan Noble. Number 5, Long Ball, Sam Widger. The 6 is Tom's Challenger with Austin Hanners. Number 7, COVID Cartel with Chris Page. Number 8, Team Bravo, Matthew Brown. And number 9, Long Tom Jess, Don Irvine Jr. in the sulky. Horse will take 1 score and go to the gate.
Well, Frank, the 13th, that's the 3-year-old Cold and Gilding Trot Buckeye Stallion Series for $20,000. The 1, Johnny Red's Victory, Chris Lems for Scott Cox, a winner 5 times this year, $48,000, 55-3 at Northfield Park.
The number 2 is Lash High. Tyler Smith drives for Virgil Morgan Jr. This What the Hill gelding is out of Torrey Ann, owned by Joyce McClellan of Zanesville. 4 wins in 16 starts this year after going 0 for 6 as a 2-year-old.
Trevor Smith drives a 3, What the Sky for Chris Beaver. 3-year-old Bay Gold is son of What the Hill. 33,000 this year. Winner twice, 5 seconds, 2/3, 57 and 4 at Northfield.
The number 4 is Centerprise. Dan Noble drives for his wife, Christy, owned by Dennis Owens, Norma Ray Racing, and James Morris. Did not race as a 2-year-old. This year, though, 16 starts, 3 wins, 6 seconds, 2/3 has hit the board in 5 of the last 6.
The 5 long ball, Sam Widger for Marion Chump, 3-year-old Brown Gelding by Long Tom. Yet to find a winner's circle, but has 5 seconds, 3/3, 20,000, 50,000 lifetime. Is a 2-year-old Mark, 59-1 at Northfield Park, the 5 long ball.
The number 6, Tom's Challenger, is the long shot and finds itself in the same boat as Long Ball, a non-winner in 2023. Herman Hagerman trains. Austin Hanners will drive.
Chris Page picks up the drive on the 7, COVID Cartel for John Wengert. 3-year-old Chestnut Gelded son of Enterprise is a winner twice this year with a second 2/3, 28,000. Right at 42 lifetime, 55 and 2 at Sauda Downs for the 7, COVID Cartel.
Matthew Brown trains and drives the number 8 Team Bravo for Carol Kramer. This is a homebred for Carol. Uncle Peter is the sire, has won 2 of the last 3 races. Last time out, though, finished 5th at Northfield after a break.
Darn Irvine Jr. looking for his second win of the day, as well as trainer Rosie Weaver driving the 9, Long Tom Jess, the 3-year-old bay gelding by Long Tom. Rosie Weaver in partnership with Heartland Acres' own, 8 times a winner. 4 seconds, 3/3, pushing 60,000 this year, 54 and 3 at Northfield. The 9, Long Tom Jess, will come off the second tier.
First time we've had one coming off the second tier today, isn't it?
Yes.
Everything's been 8 on the gate.
As a gambler, you know, here at Delaware, if the rail horse leaves, like Johnny Red's Victory, shows he can leave the gate. Not a bad bet, I guess, for a gambler looking at 9. Long Tom Jess, they would like that much better than a 7 or 8 post.
As long as you can keep, don't allow a gap to let somebody slip down in there.
Tyler Smith is looking for his second win. He just won the last race, Ohio Breeders' Championship. Austin Hanners driving the 6. He's looking for his second. Chris Page looking for his second, as well as Don Irvine looking for his second.
And Trevor Smith, too.
And Trevor has a win?
Yep, Trevor has a win, too. Trevor
yes, he
won
does. He won the 9th race.
Yep, the 9th race. So a couple have the chance to double up here.
It's really, interesting that no drivers or trainers, right, have had doubles.
You take a look, too. There's 6 of these 9 have shown breaks over the last, 7 of these 9 have shown breaks over the last 6 races. The only 2 that do not, Johnny's Red Victory and Centerprise. And right now you've got Johnny Red's Victory at 3-1. And I'm not sure I like the way they do this board here.
The experts, the handicappers on set, across the way, Dave Bianconi and Wendy Ross and Roger Houston, they all go with the 4.
And that is Centerprise. Christy Noble Trains has hit the board in 5 of the last 6. Last win came back at Scioto Downs on July 20th. You got to go back to 2022 for Long Ball and Tom's Challenger's last wins. Long Balls came at Wellington on August 22nd, and Tom's Challenger almost 14 months ago at Mount Vernon back on July 26th of 2022. Has not been able to find that winner's circle. There's a look at your favorite right now at 8-5. That is the number 4 Centerprise. And if Dan Noble could get home, he would be the 13th different driver with a win today.
And he very well could. I'm sure Danny will be aggressive, knowing he has to be on the front end here on this half-mile track as we look at Mike Webkenberg's starting gate. Mike's new gate, he just finished it Thursday, I believe. Started its first race today here at Delaware. Starter has called him. Let's go to Roger Houston with a call of the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trot, Buckeyes Stallions.
The gate, and here they come. They're off and trotting. What the Sky goes right out for the lead. Lash High gets away second. Johnny Red's Victory's off stride at the start. Up on the outside, Center Prize as they race around the turn goes to the top for Dan Noble. Down the backside, What the Sky second, racing third, Lash High from the second tier. Long Tom Jess gets away fourth, Long Ball fifth, racing sixth, COVID Cartel into the turn. Team Bravo racing seventh, eighth is Johnny Red's Victory, and trailing the field, Tom's Challenger. Opening panel 28 and 4. Around the turn, go on to the 3/8 mark. On top of the field and showing the way, Center Prize. Racing second on the inside, What the Sky. Moving up on the outside, here comes Tyler Smith. Lash High out to follow the cover. Don Irvine Jr. and Long Tom Jess halfway home. Racing up the inside, COVID Cartel now fifth. The half, 58 and 3, 29 and 4. Second panel. On to the backside they go. Sixth on the outside at the 5/8 mark. That is Long Ball. Racing seventh, Team Bravo. Down the backside, we got 4 in, 3 out. Go on to the 3/4 mark. The leader, Center Prize, by a half a length. The outside, Lash High second at the 3/4 in 1:27 and 1, 28 and 3. Third panel. Little more than an eighth of a mile to go in Ohio. Center Prize with the lead by a length and a quarter. 3 wide, Long Tom Jess coming on for Don Irvine Jr. Into the stretch they come. Center Prize with the lead. The battle's for second and third. It's all Center Prize. Drawing away. Long Tom Jess second. Photo for show. 1:56. 3/5.
56 and 3 for Center Prize, Dan Noble. Wife Christy trains for Dennis Owens, Norman Ray Racing, James Morris, the 3-year-old bay gelding by Enterprise. Out of the Like a Prayer mare, Sun Centennial, 4th of the year. 56 and 3, 28 and 4, 58 and 3. Got a breather there, 29 and 4, that second panel. 27 and 1, home 56 and 3. It pretty much set up like we thought. Dan Noble, aggressive out of the gate, nursed her around that first turn, got to the top, and that's pretty much kicked the earplugs at the top of the stretch. And second, though, was the 9, which we mentioned, Long Tom Jess, out of that 9 hole.
Had to contend, though, with Johnny Red's Victory going off stride right at the start. And once that happened, totally changed the complexion of this race. You knew it was Center Prize's race at that point to win or lose.
Unofficially first, Center Prize. Second, Long Tom Jess. Third, the 3, What the Sky.
And then after that, a blanket finish for fourth. We'll have to wait for the official photo. 4th, 5th, and 6th, and one of them is going to get left out. I think he said the 3, What the Sky, was 4th, but not 100% sure yet. There is your winner. Coming back around, Dan Noble and
number 4.
Prize.
Dennis Owens, Norman Ray Racing, and James Morris, the owners. Christy Noble, the winning trainer. Dan Noble, scoring his 115th winning drive in history of the Delaware County Fair. Dan Noble is 5th on the all-time list of winning drivers. Center Prize, the 3-year-old gelding by Enterprise of the Sun Sentinel. Home a winner in 156, 3/5 in Sugar Valley Farm Winner's Circle.
Waiting for it to go official. Center Prize, your winner. Long Tom Jess second. What the Sky third. Long Ball fourth.
Center Prize, Tony Croft. This race trophy by Midwest Harness Report. And in the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of the Midwest Harness Report and the Buckeye Stallion Series, Mr. Bill Peters.
So there goes your winner. Center prize earnings now up to $66,815. Fourth win in 17 starts. Did not race as a 2-year-old. Nice shot there of the Little Brown Jug Hedges. That every year, just really a nice job. They get out there, they trim them all up. Last year we talked to the gentleman who put them in originally years and years ago as part of the Delaware Career Center. Students came out.
That take a while
to
trim those.
Oh, without a doubt. I wouldn't want that job. I mean, that's the way I trim. That's at least a week.
It wouldn't say Little Brown Jug if you was trimmed. Might say Frank's mess.
Exactly.
Frank's poo-boo.
Hey, there you go. That's what you'd probably have.
If you notice, you fans that's been here before and coming, the new tote board here in the first turn, it's at a 45-degree angle so they can see in the pavilion tent, which they will be sitting in there Wednesday and Thursday.
Yeah, it's funny how it kind of ramps up over the days. I mean, yesterday was the opening of the fair. Not a lot going on this side. And so you head up to Roger for the official rundown.
$4, $282.40. The 9, Long Tom Jess, $5.80. The 3, What's the Sky, $12. $1 Perfecta, return $10. 50-cent try, $41.30. 50-cent super, $424.70. Number 1, Johnny Red's Victory, $8. The 2, Lash High, $5. The 3, What the Sky, $3. The 4, Center Prize, the winner. The 5, Long Ball, $4. The 6, Tom's Challenger, $9. The 7, COVID Cartel, $6. The 8, Team Bravo, $7. The 9, Long Tom Jess, $2. Top down, 853, 149, 67, 2 on the bottom. The mile, 156.3.
So there is the results from the 13th. We move on to the 14th, and this will be our second Ohio Breeders' Championship of the day. This for the aged pacers, purse of $34,400 when we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds.
Do you want your horse to shine in the winner's circle? Feed DAC Oil. It makes a world of difference.
For over 100 years, the values at CoverLink Insurance have been clear. Do the right thing. These values have been at the forefront of what we do, and that will never change. At CoverLink Insurance, you're a person, not a policy. Whether you raise crops, livestock, or own the family farm, CoverLink's farm insurance can be tailored to meet your needs. Trusted advice and solutions to protect what matters most. Great service from great people, CoverLink Insurance.
Welcome back to the Delaware County Fairgrounds as we get set for the 14th race on our card. This is the Ohio Breeders' Championship, aged pace, purse $34,400. Our number 1 is Cyclone Union Jack. Dan Noble drives for Tyler Rush. Dan will try to go back-to-back. This 5-year-old gelding by Rockin' Amadeus is out of the mare Can Do It Forever, owned by Cyclone Stables. It's a homebred. 8 starts this year, 2 wins, a second and 2/3, earnings of $19,270. Lifetime 51 starts, 14 wins, earnings of just over $169,000.
2, section line big right, Chris Page for Steve Bowder. 4 times a winner this year, $101,000. Lifetime, $998,000. With this win, he could be a millionaire today.
4th place finish ends up being a millionaire. Talked to Harold Bowder before The card started today, and he said that's why they came here. The farm just about 4 or 5 miles away.
Section line road right down the way.
To accomplish that and become a millionaire at your home county track would mean an awful lot, he said. So
very good chance he will become. He's had to think he'd be in the top 4.
Right. So the number 3 is Gold Digger King. Tyler Smith drives for Scott Mogan. This 7-year-old gelding by Pet Rock. 15 starts, 4 wins, 3 seconds and a third. $90,000 in earnings this year. Lifetime $717,000. Let's send it to Roger for the post parade.
14th race, the Joe Sobracco Ohio Breeders' Championship Aged Pace, $34,400. Number 1, Cyclone Union Jack, Dan Noble. Number 2, Section Line Big Rye, the driver Chris Page. Number 3, Gold Digger King with Tyler Smith. Number 4, Mackey's Mackintown, Austin Hanners. The 5, Imagine It with Cam McGowan. The 6 is Johnny Rocket, Sam Widger. And number 7, Shane Falco, Brett Miller in the sulky. Win, place, show, perfecta, trifecta, superfecta, late double wagering.
The 4, Frank, is Mackey's Back in Town, Austin Hanners for Jason Borowski. Winner twice this year, 110 lifetime, 50 3/5. Last year at Sauda Downs for the 4, Mackey's Back in Town.
The number 5 is Imagine It. Currently the long shot on the board at 41-1. Cam McGowan drives for Kent Wilcox. This 5-year-old gelding by If I Can Dream will need to dream to maybe come home a winner today. 31 starts this year, 4 wins, 5 seconds, 3/3. Has hit the board, though, and 3 of the last 4, 2 of those have been wins.
Sam Widger will drive the long shot, the 6, Johnny Rocket. Ron Steck, a winner only once this year, has 180,000 lifetime. 4 years back was a winner in 52-1 at Delaware. Was a winner last year here at Delaware, 53-1.
And the number 7 is Shane Falco. Brett Miller drives for Steve Carter. Don Tiger owns and bred this Racing Hill. 5 wins in 15 starts this year. Lifetime $112,440. Coming off 2 wins in a row.
And Shane Falco, half-brother to the great Charlie May, out of the Stipple Hanover mare. Just in, I don't know the time, but Confederate was a winner today at the Red Mile. I do not have the time of that, but I do know Confederate won at the Red Mile.
So Confederate stays down there. It's My Show, though, comes up here to race in the Jug.
And there's 2 supplements as of now.
2 supplements as of right now. Burnout, which is the finished second in the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Greg Luther Racing Burnout. And the other one is I can't remember who the other one, Jason.
Right now, before the box closes, the box is open till 10 tomorrow. Earlier today, they had 8 and 8.
Yeah, the 2 supplements come in. The supplements had to be in today at 10 a.m. for the Jug. So we knew that those 2 were supplementing in. See if we can find out who those supplements were. I know Mr. Wolf, who does a fine job of keeping us informed of this, sent out the press release earlier today. Let's see if I can find his press release from this morning. I may have already deleted it, though, after posting it on Facebook. Can't remember. But Confederate 149, I think I saw there.
Yeah, 149 for Confederate. Probably not 149 there. pretty much a cakewalk, I would think, for Confederate. I was really shocked that it was that time, but that was their $400,000 Kentucky Sire Stake Championship.
So we are in the 14th, and we will have one more after this. This the aged pace for the Ohio Breeders' Championship, purse of $34,400 from the rail out. Cyclone Union Jack with Dan Noble has hit the board of 4 of 5. Section line Big Rye, the number 2. Last time out, 6th place finish in the Ewart at Scioto Downs. The 3 Gold Digger King, Tyler Smith for trainer Scott Mogan. Have to go 4 back for the last win, August 12th at Scioto Downs. The number 4, Mackey's Back in Town, one of the long shots. Right now it's 16-1 for trainer Jason Borowski. Austin Hanners will have the lines. Was a winner 3 back. Imagine It, a winner 2 back at Lexington. He is coming off a 5th place finish at Lexington. The number 6 is Johnny Rocket. Sam Widger drives for Ron Steck. 1 win this year in 31 starts. And the 7, Shane Falco. 15 starts, 5 wins, lifetime 8 wins in 39 starts. Shane Falco, the movie quarterback from the movie The Replacements, starring Keanu Reeves. So right now the field getting ready to head to the back stretch. As we get set to go with our 14th, 20 on tap tomorrow. We'll start it at 1 p.m. again.
Yes,
we'll
1
have
o'clock
Trackside Live at 11 o'clock. As they get set to go, let's send it up to Roger Houston for this, the 14th.
Horse approaching the starting gate. Pacers are all in behind. The Midland Acres starting gate. The gate swings into the stretch, and here they come. They're off and pacing Gold Digger King and section line Big Rye, along with Cyclone Union Jack, go for the early lead. As they race around the turn, getting away 4th, Mackey's Back in Town. Racing 5th, Imagine It, Johnny Rocket, and trailing the field, Shane Falco. Up on the outside, Tyler Smith with Gold Digger King to take the lead by a length and a quarter. Racing 2nd is Cyclone Union Jack as they race over to the first quarter mark in 26-2. As they race into the turn, going to the 3/8 mark. Racing 3rd, section line Big Rye. Racing 4th, that's Mackey's Back in Town. Racing 5th, Imagine It, Johnny Rocket and Shane Falco, all in straight alignment as they race over to the halfway point. Gold Digger King and Tyler Smith take them to the halfway point in 54-3, 28-1. Second panel. From way back, here comes Shane Falco and Brett Miller on the move on the outside. Now 6th, now 5th. Pulling the pocket, Cyclone, Union Jack, and Dan Noble going after Gold Digger King. Down the backside they go, stride for stride, nose to nose, toe to toe, as they race over to the 3/4 mark. They reach the 3 quarters, 1:22-2. Gold Digger King opens back up. Now by a length, 3 wide on the outside. Here comes Chris Page, section line Big Rye with a rush on the outside. Into the stretch they come. Section line Big Rye on the outside. Inside Gold Digger King. It's all section line Big Rye. Chris Page. 1:49-4. Equals the stakes record.
Now that's how you become a millionaire in style. You equal the stakes record. You go 3 wide and draw away to win. Section line Big Rye with Chris Page in the bike gets it done for Harold Lee Bowder.
Newest millionaire in the sport of harness racing. Right down the road here. 5-6 miles, section line road, I believe it is.
Yes, it is.
I thought of it when I came in today.
Yep, as you drive by, you see the his horses out there, Mr. Bowder, and without a doubt, it is going to be a huge smile on his face when he gets to the winner's circle. Was the 2-5 favorite, and when you looked at it, you thought he had a chance, and he did it in style.
I'm sure Chris Page was feeling pretty good when a 26-2 he gets away third, 54-3 half, 22-2 3/4. Chris had to be feeling really good. Nobody came at him. He could wait till right at the final turn and come out with section line Big Rye and just drew away in 49-4.
And with that, Mr. Page doubles up. By the way, when you interviewed him after race 2, did you realize he had won 2 of the last 3 at Delaware? The one last year and the second.
What, really? So he won the Jug, and then was the Jug the last race?
Yeah, Jug was the last race. Yep.
Race. Okay.
And then so he won 2 of the last 3 races at Delaware. So here he comes, your winner, section line Big Rye, the 8-year-old gelding by Pet Rock out of Aquatic Yankee, who is by Cam Best.
I don't know if Susan down there for an interview, you want to slip down there and maybe get down?
I'll try to get Mr. Bowder.
Try to hold her up.
All right.
Down here.
And now see, she may be trying to get Mr. Bowder, knowing her.
$49-2. This time, back in front of the stands, going to the winner's circle. Winner of the 14th race, Joe Sobracco, Ohio Breeders' Championship aged pace for $34,400. Number 2, section line Big Rye, owned by Harold Lee Bowder of Delaware, Ohio. Steve Bowder, the winning trainer. Chris Page, the only driver to double up today. Win number 127 here at Delaware, Ohio. For the 8-year-old gelding by Pet Rock out of Aquatic Yankee. Equals the stakes record established last year by Charlie May, equal today by section line Big Rye, and another winner from Midland Acres, the home of Pet Rock.
In the caretaker for this Ohio Breeders' Champion section line Big Rye, Joey Hockey. Well, the Ohio Breeders' Championship aged pace, sponsored by Joe Sobracco. In the winner's circle to make the trophy presentation on behalf of Joe Sobracco, Mr. Ed Peters.
Leaving Sugar Valley Farms winner's circle, equaling the stakes record, section line Big Rye and Chris Page. Rye paid $280, $210, $210. The 3, Gold Digger King, $210, $210. The 4, Mackey's Back in Town, $440. $1 Perfecta, $1.60. 50-cent Try, $9.90. 50-cent Super, $15.20. Number 1, Cyclone Union Jack, 4. The 2, Section Line Big Rye, the winner. The 3, Gold Digger King, 2. The 4, Mackey's Back in Town, 3. The 5, Imagine It, 7. The 6, Johnny Rockette, 6. The 7, Shane Falco, 5. Top down, 412, 376, 5 on the bottom, equal the stakes record.
Let's send it down to Susan, who is with the owner of Section Line Big Rye.
149-4 and a new millionaire. What do you have to say about
wow.
that?
You know, it's on our home county. He was born 4 or 5 miles from here, and dream come true. Equal with Charlie May. What the heck?
he's so tough week in and week out, just does everything you want him to, doesn't he?
Yeah, he loves to come home, and I don't know. I haven't his mom yet, and it's just, sorry, I'm getting a little choked up, but this is exciting, guys. It's really exciting.
I mean, to have a horse like this, that not only that you bred, and you have done everything with him for his whole life, just, I can't imagine what your heart's feeling.
Now, and, this horse got hurt a couple times, so we had to lay him off, and the racing at 8-year-old as good as he's ever been, and it just, I don't know, dream come true.
Absolutely. Well, congratulations on
Thank
this
you.
great accomplishment.
Thank you.
We will now be adding him to the Millionaires Row of Ohio breds that have earned over $1 million. And you could just see the emotion in Mr. Bowder's voice and his face after accomplishing that. He was the same way when he found out Aquatic Yankee went into the Ohio Harness Hall of Fame last year as well. So great accomplishment for Mr. Bowder, and Section Line Big Ride just continues to impress.
Big win, equal to stakes record is, for Charlie May, who won last year.
So we are down to our 15th and final race of the day, day one of our 5 days in Delaware. This will be the 3-year-old colt in geldings, the second division for the Ohio Fair Racing Conference, going for $6,550 when we return to the Delaware County Fairgrounds right after this.
Athletes, they come in all shapes and sizes. They catch, they leap, they run. Some athletes even come with 4 legs and paws and hooves. When these beloved family members need care, remember the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center. Ohio State experts wrote the book on exceptional animal care and know how to get our best friends back on their feet. The Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center.
When you need supplies for your horse, one name stands out: Big D's. Since 1974, Big D's Tack and Vet Supply has been the equine experts you can trust. Whatever your horse needs is available at Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. Visit the retail outlet in Streetsboro, Ohio, or order online at bigdweb.com. Most orders shipped that day, or call 1-800-321-2142. Big D's Tack and Vet Supply.
The future is bright in Ohio. Ohio Sire Stakes, Buckeye Stallion Series, 65 county and independent fairs. Whether it's the Ohio Sire Stakes, the Buckeye Stallion Series, or the County Fair, Ohio has a place for your racehorse. This year, Ohio breds are racing for over $20 million in stakes purses. Be part of the winning. Breed, buy, race, win in Ohio.
Eagles Auxiliary. It's the second division of the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. 3-year-old colt and gelding trotters at 1 mile. A purse of $6,550, offering win, play, show, perfecta, trifecta, superfecta wagering. Field of 8. Drivers change on the 3. What a mission. The driver is Brett Miller. The 1 is Spirit of Success, owned by E.G. Trot LLC of Findlay, Ohio, trained by Ed Greeno Jr. with Cody Greeno. But the 2 is Thunder Racing Stables Incorporated of Brecksville, Ohio's What's the Talk, trained by Stacy Curie with Mark St. Louis Jr. Brett Miller drives the 3, What a Mission, for the stable What a Mission of Guelph, Ontario, Canada, trained by Jason McGinnis. The 4 is Miles and Raina Wollum of Vienna, Ohio, and Bob Troyer of Middlefield, Ohio, and Mitch Wollum of Vienna, Ohio's Counts Custom, trained by Miles Wollum, Dan Noble. The 5 is Rose Run Yakum, owned by Beaver, Homan, Burnett, Z Handler. They're all of the Buckeye State, trained by Chris Beaver with Trevor Smith. Jeff Neitzonger drives the 6, Head Honcho Bow, for Robert Bierger of Xenia, Ohio, trained by Mark Winters. The 7 is Gotta Have Rhythm, owned by Rory Moore of Grafton, Ohio, who also trains Ken Holiday is up. Into the outside of the 8 is Don's Count, owned in partnership by Patrick Sweeney, Delaware, Ohio, and Irvin Miller of Sarasota, Florida, trained by Mike Sweeney. Pierce Henry in the sulky.
So there is the field for this, the 15th, the number 1, Spirit of Success. Cody Greeno drives for Ed Greeno Jr. Has hit the board in the last 9, only 1 win. That came back at Troy on August 15th.
2 wants to talk. Mark St. Louis for Stacy Curry, a winner 3 times this year with 2 seconds, 4 thirds. 26,000 this year. Qualifying time 57-1 at the Meadows, but that qualifier was 2 back. A winner in 209-1 at Mansfield at a county fair, and that was an off track.
The number 3 is What a Mission. Chris Lems drives for trainer Jason McGinnis. This What the Hill gelding is owned by the stable out of Guelph, Ontario. 15 starts, 4 wins, 2 seconds, 4 thirds, coming off of a 6th place finish at Northfield.
4 Counts Custom, Dan Noble for Miles Woolhams. Yet to find a winner circle this year in 6 starts, has 2 seconds. Right at 10,000 was a winner right here at Delaware over this track last year as a 2-year-old Frank, 202-2, the 4 Counts Custom.
The number 5 is Rose Run Yakim. Trevor Smith drives for Chris Beaver. This Triumphant Caviar is owned by Beaver, Holman, Burnett, and Ziandalar. 26 starts, 4 wins, 11 seconds, and a third. Coming off a win at Scioto Downs, has hit the board in 6 of 7.
6 Head Honcho Bow. Mark Winters trains. Jeff Neisunger drives for Robert Berger of Xenia. Winner 6 times, 3 seconds, 2 thirds, 39,201 at Wilmington this year.
And the final horse in the field, the number 8, Don's Count. Pierce Henry drives for Mike Sweeney. 15 starts, a win, 2 seconds, 3 thirds. Made a break last time out at Upper Sandusky, finishing 3rd. Last win came on the last day of July at Bowling Green, winning in 2:10 and 3.
Well, you left the number 7 out.
Did I?
You left the 7 out. It's been a long day.
It has been
7,
a long day.
oh, gotta have rhythm. Doc Holliday, Rory Moore. I thought maybe you couldn't pronounce "gotta have rhythm." I didn't know. Gotta have rhythm. The 7. Doc Holliday, a winner twice, 4 seconds, 6 thirds, 30,000. 201-3, fresh off of that win at Upper Sandusky last week. So that's the field.
I usually try to look ahead, see if I can pronounce it before I can. I mean, every now and then you'll get a name.
Oh, yeah.
It was funny. You go back to it, and I'll try to find out which race it was. I think it was the 3rd. Let me take a look here. 3rd or the 4th race. But Roger came on. It was the 5th race, the number 6, Just Like Magic. Tom Servicek, Svrcek, and I looked at that and I was like, okay, Roger, tell me how to pronounce it. As we get set. But it's been a great day of racing so far. When you only have one driver double up, you just see the quality of drivers, the quality of horses, and the quality of trainers that we have out here at today at Delaware.
19 tomorrow, post time at 1. You'll be on the air at
11 for Trackside Live with Rosie Weaver.
So
looking
we
forward to
mentioned
that.
Rosie had a big win today, so you got
and a second.
And a second, yes.
So we'll talk
out
about
of that 9 hole.
And she's been one of those that has gone. You know, when the fairs go, Rosie's everywhere. She'll be on that Southern Valley Colt Circuit. Then she'll be in the OFRC. She's up in the Home Talent. She will take her horses anywhere to race. Field is moving along the back stretch, getting ready to go behind the Mike Wepkenberg starting gate. And the gate is rolling. Let's send it up to Jason Settlemore.
The gate is rolling. Still time, but you'll have to hurry. The 15th and final, sponsored by Eagles Auxiliary. Second Division 3-year-old Colton Gelding Trotters, Ohio Fair Racing Conference. Brett Miller on the 3, What a Mission. Field of 8, moving up and moving in. The Mike Wepkenberg starting gate, swing to the top of the stretch, and here they come. They're off and trotting and firing out of there from the inside. What's the talk? Getting the first call. Driving up in the middle of the track. That's Rose Run Yakum, who's going to land at the garden spot there. Racing in 2. Just ahead of What a Mission. Racing 3rd. Followed in 4th by Counts Custom. Down the back side they go. 5th there is Head Honcho Bo. Followed on the inside in 6th by Gotta Have Rhythm. 7th there, that's Don's Count. And 8th and trailing the field off stride, Spirit of Success. As they wheel by that opening quarter in 29 at 1/5 and head into that far sweeping turn for the first time. Being led up top here, leading the way. What's the talk? What's the talk? Leading it by a length and a quarter to the inside. Rose Run Yakum is there, racing in 2nd. What a Mission trots in 3rd. Followed there, racing in 4th. Counts Custom as they combines for the first time and head on over to the half. Led up tight by What's the Talk? What's the Talk? Leading it here, leading it by a length and a quarter to the inside. Rose Run Yakum is there, racing in 2. They're halfway home, just a minute. Outside there, flushed first over. That's What a Mission. Buried on the inside, racing in 4th. Counts Custom. 2nd over the outside, racing 5th. Gotta Have Rhythm. 3rd over the outside in 6th. That's Head Honcho Bo. 7th there is Don's Count at 8th and trailing Spirit of Success. Down the back side they go. Heads are pointed towards 3/4. What's the talk? What's the talk? Leads it here by a half. And to the outside, What a Mission is bearing down on this leader. Watching over the dueling leaders there from 3rd. Rose Run Yakum. They went 3/4 and 129 flat. And they'll trot the final turn and head for home. From the inside, What's the talk? What a Mission on the outside. These two are sparring as they turn to the top of Heartbreak Lane, and off stride goes What's the Talk? What's the Talk? Made an untimely break here as they're on their way home in Delaware, Ohio. What a Mission inherits the lead. What a Mission. Here's Rose Run Yakum, but What a Mission in front. Rose Run Yakum to go 2nd. Head Honcho Bo was 3rd. Time of the mile 1:59 flat. What a Mission.
That is a heartbreak for the number 2, What the Talk. You're in control. Thunder Racing Stables thought they had a victory, and then the untimely break that allows What the Mission to come home the winner, with Rose Run Yakum finishing 2nd.
29 and 1 a minute, 129, 159. Brett Miller gets his first of the day. What a Mission, 3-year-old Bagel, the son of Watt the Hill. This from the stable, Jason McGinnis trains, 5th of the season. 3, 5, 6, and a 7. Inquiry posted. Most likely looking at that break by the 2, What's the Talk, at the top of the stretch.
And then they have to figure out where they will place the number 2.
Yeah, I don't know for sure where he finished. Probably had to see if he didn't lose ground on the break. I don't even know if he got settled. I started to watch the top of the field then.
So Brett Miller picks up the win, 29 and 1, 1 minute flat, 129 and 159 for the final time for the 3-year-old Colt and Geldings, 2nd Division, the Ohio Fair Racing Conference. As here comes your winner back to the winner's circle. What a Mission and Brett Miller. This horse had a couple of breaks on its lines. In fact, last time out at Northfield had a break.
Winner's circle. Well, the unofficial winner of the 15th race, sponsored by Eagles Auxiliary. The Ohio Fair Racing Conference, 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Trot, 2nd Division. The 3, What a Mission. 3-year-old Bay Gelding by What the Hill, out of a Turquoise Sweetie. She by Dream Vacation, and by The Stable, What a Mission of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. Posting the 5th win of this one's career, home a winner at 159 flat. The 3, What a Mission. Nicely handled here by Brett Miller out of the Jason McGinnis stable. What a Mission, Brett Miller, Jason McGinnis, the stable, What a Mission of Guelph, Ontario, Canada. Home a winner at 159 flat.
Not only does she win a race, she grooms a race there. Lauren Harmon out there, yep.
Yes.
So Brett Miller with the winner. So 15 different trainers after Jason McGinnis records the training win here. And Doug, overall, a pretty nice day of racing.
Yes.
The weather, you couldn't have asked for a better day. And,
No.
and from what I've seen, the next 4 days are supposed to be just as glorious.
Warm up a little bit Sunday,
That's-
Thursday.
Which I could take a little. We got the window out, so we don't have to worry about sweating to death here. So, but all right. Any other final thoughts as we wrap things up here from Delaware on day one?
Matt, what do you know today? Do you have any winners that you didn't tell us about?
No,
I know you're not happy.
No,
the Lions got beat by 3.
Yeah, I didn't even look at a program today. I was just kind of making sure everything was going good here. But glad to see Rosie do some good. Lauren
Hydraulic Hazel though had been 14 for 14, and
that was a little disappointing. But
couldn't do it today.
Yeah.
She raced well though.
Yeah,
she raced
did.
well.
Yep, she definitely did. Still got a check in there. I mean, it's not.
It's not
but
the end. Right.
She's got a big race coming up in that fair final too. So I mean. There's still some money on the table, lots of money on the table.
$50,000 there, October 14th.
Yep.
But one of those you step up, see what you've got. You saw she raced really well,
and it was like you said, out of character for her to sit in the 2-hole. I don't think she didn't look like she was real comfortable at any point in the mile doing that.
Yeah, and he couldn't go with her, with those kind of horses and try to get to the top. Yep, you're right. She's used to being on top the whole time, and you don't know if that's what did it or what, but she raced well today.
Yep, but we saw, section line Big Rye, a big win to become a millionaire. So
right here at his home track.
Exactly. You just you got to love what you saw today. So day one is in the books. We will be back tomorrow for day 2 of our 5 days in Delaware. We will kick it off at 11 o'clock with Trackside Live and Rosie Weaver. We'll follow that at 12:40 with countdown to post time, and then first race, 1 o'clock. They will send them off, the first of 20 tomorrow from the Delaware County Fairgrounds. So for Susan Schroeder, Matt Clark, Doug Ballinger, I'm Frank Frost saying thanks for joining us. We appreciate your time staying with us to watch these great races, and we hope you have a wonderful Sunday evening, everybody. Goodbye.
So long.
This has been 5 Days in Delaware. 5 Days in Delaware is brought to you by thestable.ca, the Ohio State Veterinary Medical Center, Midland Acres, Cool Winds Farm, and Big D's Tack and Vet Supply. 5 Days in Delaware is a presentation of the Ohio Harness Horsemen's Association.